Just one more time, folks. Almost ready. Alright, let's get things going. Holy cow. Let's switch that off. Good evening, everybody. How are you, Acorn? I did see your message that said thirst. Was it supposed to say first? Thank you for resubbing on the channel there, Acorn. And just to kick things off, giving out 5 gifted subs over on Twitch. You're a legend. Thank you so much, mate.
Thanks, folks, and welcome to After Dark.
Enjoy the Tim Tams, folks. Enjoy the Tim Tams. It has been a couple of weeks. Holy cow. I want to get some music playing. I thought I was ready, but obviously, you know, the answer to that question was no. I am not ready. Thought I was ready. It's been a couple of weeks. Where the hell have I been? It's kind of just ghosted and disappeared. I've been absolutely flat out. I'm so tired right now. Okay. Yep.
The family pack has been opened. Flossie69 just gifted 5 subs. Enjoy the Tim Tams, folks, and welcome to After Dark.
Let's go with that hype train level 3 achieved. We haven't even kicked anything off yet. Flossie giving out another 5 gifted. Photon 87 spending up that Bezos money.
Thank you.
Gets all the subs then stops streaming. It's been a hectic 2 weeks, but I'm finally done. For those people that know, I had a business called Knights of Dice, and I had a warehouse up in Heidelberg West here in Victoria where I ran that business for 9 years, and then, you know, COVID came along and really put a damper on the situation. And I spent a couple of years after things sort of settled down and we were allowed to go outside of our house, trying to rebuild things, and it just got to the point where I just couldn't do it alone anymore. Obviously, I had to let go all of my staff. I kept them for as long as I could. And I've been trying to get out of that warehouse now for 2 years. It's not a huge place, 380 square meters. A lot of stuff is behind me. A lot of stuff has been chucked out. Long story short, I'm finished at the warehouse. It is absolutely empty. There's nothing there. It's empty. Finished painting and cleaning and just chucking out. I must have done a dozen trips to the tip with my trailer. Would have made more sense to hire a skip, but then I would have had to have all done it all in one weekend and just wasn't able to. But it's all done. Photographers apparently came yesterday with the agents for the photographs. This weekend the listing goes live. Goes to auction on the 30th of April. But I'm done. I don't have to go back there. For the last couple of weeks I've been working from 9 p.m. till 5 a.m. And then I've been going to the warehouse until sort of around midday, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, sometimes at the latest. Coming home, into bed at about 3. and then getting up at 7 or 7:30 to get ready for work, and has been punishing. But it's all done. So I haven't been able to stream the last couple of weeks. And during that time, actually, it is so fortuitous that tonight I'm able to come back, stream for the first time in such a long time, because 4.1.0 is here. And it's live. We can check things out. There's a whole bunch of stuff to check out. New ships, ground vehicles, the Atlas Geo, the Drake, Golem, new missions, lots to have a look at. Logan, it has been a pretty brutal work schedule indeed, mate. And I don't normally work on the weekends either, but I've been getting random shifts on a Saturday and stuff. I've got another one coming up next Saturday. I've got the whole weekend clear now. And I think it goes without saying that a lot of that time is going to be spent with you guys. It's going to be spent here in Star Citizen, but you know how we do it. It has been a couple of weeks, but I have not forgotten. And I'm sure you guys haven't either. How we kick off every stream here at After Dark with a good old Tim Tam Slam. Now, this packet was a brand new packet that I bought yesterday because I knew that I'd be able to stream tonight. So I bought a new packet of Tim Tams. But look, the Tim Tam packet has been opened, but mysteriously, none of the Tim Tams are missing. I thought the ninja had opened up the packet and said, I won't have any because I know Dad's going to be doing his stream and he's going to want the Tim Tams. So what did she do? She went to the middle of the packet, took some Tim Tams and tried to close it back up. But in the process of closing it up, she's ripped the packet and revealed her deception. Sneaky, sneaky. What is a Tim Tam? Well, my friends, it is the best biscuit. It is a chocolate biscuit. It is 2 chocolate biscuits with a little bit of chocolate in the middle, then it's all wrapped up in more delicious Australian chocolate. We're going to use this biscuit, would you believe it, like a straw to slurp up our favourite hot beverage. Now, as has been the case for the last couple of months, I have been having the good old hot chocolate, good old Cadbury's drinking chocolate, but you could use tea, coffee. I have done a Tim Tam Slam with a hot mead before. Whatever you like. If it's hot, it's going to melt the inside of this biscuit and turn it into a delicious gooey mess. Our hype train completed at level 4. You guys are the bomb, man. We're going to bite off the opposite corners of this biscuit. It's going to expose the inside and allow it to act like said straw to slurp up our favourite drink. Now, not only does this prepare the biscuit for the good old Tim Tam Slam, but it gives you a little bit of a flavour taste of the biscuit. So good. So much to check out tonight. We're going to be checking out some forum posts, some videos. Obviously, we're going to be playing around in the game. My child is going places. She's too sneaky. Too sneaky. When I was younger, it's so bad. Oh, God. That's so good. When I was younger, I had a business called Card Magic. And I used to sell trading cards on the weekend. This was when I was in, beginning of year 11. I used to go to the markets every weekend. And I had a little soul trading business called Card Magic. And on Saturdays and Sundays at the Belconnen markets in Canberra, I used to sell trading cards. Comic cards and sports cards and all that sort of stuff. And somehow, I have no idea how, this was all whilst I was at school, that morphed into me becoming a state distributor for a whole bunch of nationwide sports brands and stuff. I don't know how that happened. I went from selling 20-cent cards on the weekend to $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 in sales every week to news agencies and shopping centers and shit. I have no idea how that happened. But when I started, I discovered that sports cards in sealed packets, or any sort of cards, they have gold cards or foil cards, they have different weights. And so I was like, oh, I could weigh these packets. And at the time, I'd go to school during the day. Then after school, I'd go rock climbing with my friend Al, spoken about that before. Then we'd come home. And then me and my dad, at about 10:30 in the evening, we went to a TAFE until it was a 2-hour session each weeknight for 2 hours. We did a farm safety and animal husbandry course, because at that stage my dad was interested in having an agricultural property to raise goats, to produce freeze-dried goat's milk for exporting to India, where a lot of people don't drink cow's milk, either for religious reasons or because they're lactose intolerant or can't drink cow's milk or whatever. So we wanted to have a goat farm, basically. And in that TAFE, that college, that uni, whatever you want to call it, that school, they had a science lab. And in that science lab, they had all this freaking equipment. And some of the equipment in there were these scales that would measure things down to like points, like 6 points below the decimal. And so I used to take the cards there, the packets. What's going on here? Sneaky business. And I'd weigh the packets and I'd be able to go, okay, this much of a difference means there's something different in this pack. And so I'd be able to open up those packets and have a look at, yep, fair enough, there's a gold card, there's a foil, there's a holographic card or whatever in there. And because I was a sneaky bastard, I was about to use the C word, which is quite common here in Australia, but I don't think I'll be dropping it too much. I used to take that card out, put another card in, and I had a foil crimping machine. And then I'd re-crimp the packet to seal it back up, and then I'd put it back in the box. And then on the weekends it'd just get sold and go out with all the other packets. And 100% I totally scammed people. And then one weekend some kid bought a packet and he came back and said, you've resealed this packet. I was like, dude, how am I supposed to reseal that packet? It's a sealed packet of cards, with that little wavy, crimpy seal on it. And he's like, I know you've resealed it. And I was like, dude, it's up to you, man. I can give you your money back, but I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I gave him his money back and he gave me the cards back and he fucked up. But yeah, totally scammed people. So I can't be surprised that the ninja tried to sneak some Tim Tams out of the middle of the packet. We're having one more, then we're jumping in. We've got some articles to check out. We've got some videos to check out. How has everyone been? Have you been enjoying or playing 4.1 in the PTU? We played a little bit when it first dropped to the PTU. But since then I've been flat out. But we're back in. Oh, so good. It's just chocolate, never-ending chocolate here right now. Let's jump in. So I haven't had a chance to check anything out, really. Oh boy. We are obviously here in Lawville, the ancestral home. Well, actually, no, I tell a small fib. I guess my ancestral home here in Star Citizen is Art Corp. That's where I first started playing. But for the longest time, it has been Lawville. So that's where we are. Does anyone have any ideas? Asks Dark Acorn. My game won't tab out without minimizing. And it's on borderless. Currently updating your drivers. That sounds very strange. Mr. Photon87, as an avid coffee drinker, I need to get on this Tim Tam train. Bet they pair well. They do. A Tim Tam Slam with a good coffee. Oh man, so good. Pokemon booster packs are $20. It's crazy, man. If I kept my Magic cards, Magic the Gathering cards, when did I start playing Magic the Gathering? 1994? 1996? Man, if I kept all my cards from back then, I could retire by now. So we're here in our starter suit. First thing I want to have a look at is our Moby Glass, right? and have a look at what contracts are available. Collection contracts, mercenary contracts, bounty hunter contracts, hauling and salvage. Okay, so I did see something in the patch notes saying that new or old missions are coming back in now that they've been readjusted for server meshing, which is why they were taken out, right? Because they weren't compatible with server meshing and crossing boundaries and all that sort of stuff. So we've got the Wicklow missions, the Chili Burrito, the Pips, and some Tundra Copian horns. This was the last stream that we did where we went up to Microtech to go try and find some Tundra Copions. Rayari. They want 20 Tundra Copian horns. So new missions, there's new ground vehicles. I'm assuming a lot of them aren't available in the game right now. You know, they'll be available on the website. We're going to check out some of that. There's some videos that we need to watch. But to kick things off, we need to obviously go get ourselves some supplies. What's going on in here? It's a bit rowdy. On Gameology, they're $30 a pack. $190 for a pack of 6. It's crazy. It's so crazy. Alright, so we want to grab ourselves some med pens. Dude, can you just wait until I've finished at the terminal, man? That'd be really nice. How about we just have a little bit of decorum in the place? Yeah. We'll get some P4 ammo. I don't really know what we're going to do. I don't really know. There's no plan, right? We have no plan. We're just going to be adventuring around. Apparently the P8 has had some adjustments to it. Nerfing, as some people would suggest. A little bit of P4. A bit more P4, why not? There's so much to have to look at. It's pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting. Although I don't hold out much hope for the various size clusters of nodes and stuff. Now that we have the Atlas Geo, we're going to have a look at that in just a minute. That apparently you can scale its laser intensity down to sort of hand mineable, so you can go stomping around in caves now and hand mine, the FPS nodes, and then you can boost its laser power back up to the point where you can fracture, ground nodes. So that's certainly, an interesting change to, the ground vehicle or the ground mining, gameplay. A mech suit. Yes, sir. Oh, what do we need? What should we get dressed in? It's a whole new world with lots of lyrics that Crouch just can't remember and has no idea how to sing those songs my daughter knows. I've no idea. I'm so cooked right now. Went to bed about 6:30 after my shift last night. And got up about 2:30. I'm absolutely buggered. Batman suit? Orange or white? Orange? White? Let's go white, yeah. Our good old Zeus exploration suit. We need a Baku. Let's get ourselves a tractor beam attachment. Let's get ourselves a weapon. It is the Michelin Man suit. It's such a lovely suit. I really, really like it. what scopes and stuff do we have available? The Delta 1 times reflex is quite nice. I like this one, the Gamma Duo 2 times holographic on the P4. Now this obviously doesn't have a lot of room for racking up ammo. Can we get rid of this message, please? Oh, 8 slots. Thought I only had 4. I'm going to need some sort of beverage. So I guess what's the plan, right? Because I don't have access at this point. Maybe we'll jump into the pledge store at some stage and grab ourselves the golem and the geo. To have a bit of a play with, use some store credit, or maybe maybe we'll use some new money. Who knows? Let's grab ourselves some crews. All right, we need to sort out our music situation here. We have no music going on here. Lovely. What music do we have going on over here? So I don't have my headphones on tonight, so you guys let me know if the audio levels and stuff are a bit out of whack. My headphones haven't been charged because I took the cable out to do something else with it and I totally forgot about it and they've gone flat. So we have no headphones, and the audio levels might be a little bit out of whack, but we'll see how things go. Spaceman.
Anything happening?
Hey, let's go, Spaceman! Oh, it's going to be so good. Alright, so I guess we can't play with any of the new stuff until we actually get the new stuff. Let's get ourselves over to the spaceport. We'll see how the trains and everything are running. I haven't played any Star Citizen for a couple of weeks now.
Maria Thurston showed that.
I think, well, the last time I played was the last stream that we did a couple of weeks ago, where 4.1 had just gone to the PTU. The music is a little loud, is it? Does look a little loud, doesn't it? Alright, let's turn that down. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Carnage, how are you, my friend? Thanking the good old Acorn for the sub. Music is a little loud, but not much. Okay, well, we turned it down a little bit, so hopefully that's going to be okay. Now, at this point, I don't differentiate between the volume of the game and the music that's playing through Epidemic Sound. It's all just coming through one channel. So, hopefully the game... Oh, there was a train right there, and we just got on it like it should happen. We didn't have to wait for anything. There was no spinny aroundy trains. Let's see how that continues to develop, hey? So we've got some missions and stuff, I guess, that we could do. We could try. I really would like to do some of these collection missions for Wicklow. Obviously, the burrito in the pips we can get quite easily. The Tundra Copian horns, we're going to have to find ourselves some Tundra Copian. We did go up to Microtech for an adventure to see if we could find some of those guys. Maybe we'll do some of that. Obviously, we're going to go do some mining. Who knows, man? What's happening with our rep is all consistent, same as it was before. Nothing has been reset there. So I think I've missed out really on trying to finish off the current quests or the current in-game events. I think they've all finished now that 4.1 is launched. We've got the new one. I don't know what it is. We'll have a look at that. Some right to mine or something like that, or die to mine or mine to die or something like that. I don't know what it is. But there's so much I haven't looked up. So we've got lots to check out over the weekend.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
We have to sort out our hangar at some stage. What I'm looking for is, do I still own a rock? I think we're going to have to go to the hangar to have a look for that, because I haven't pledged for a rock. So we're going to have to either we have the one that we bought before, unless we lost it during the update. Elevators are working nice and quick. Lovely. Because we've got the new laser attachments and stuff for the rock. I don't know what's going on with the new gems, what the value of those gems are, which ones are the valuable gems. Are they all the same? Has Hadonite just been replaced with a different gem that everyone's going to be mining now? Okay, yeah, we still have rocks. Beautiful. Okay, let's get one of these delivered in. We'll throw a skin on it.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Where is our Rocky? Let's throw some livery on here. Let's get that Hadonite livery on there. So utilities, hey? So the Arbor MHV mining laser, size 0. Doesn't have any slots on it. That was one thing we should have had a look at Tammany & Sons, is can you buy size 0 laser arms at Tammany & Sons? I'm assuming we'll be able to get them from refineries and stuff like that.
ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
And the new bags, apparently you can buy those. Lots to have a look at. Alright, let's retrieve this rock.
Your vehicle has
We'll
been
stash it
delivered
away in
to
a
current
corner.
location.
Get ourselves a
Please visit us
vehicle.
again. Goodbye.
A spaceship. Oh man. Like I said, we've got all weekend now to mess about with Star Citizen, so whilst there's a lot to have a look at, and we don't need to get too carried away, I suppose, trying to do it all at the same time. We'll have a look at the website. But we'll get ourselves situated. We'll get ourselves a rock. We'll get ourselves a ship. We'll get out into orbit. And then we'll go for a bit of an adventure around. I'm quite keen to go back to Magda. What's the deal with Ignis now? What's the deal with Ignis? It's no longer a Hadonite paradise, I assume. I have no idea, and like I said, because I haven't been watching any content or doing anything, pretty much just working and sleeping and working and sleeping and working and sleeping. Carnage, I haven't played in months. Yeah, it's been a good couple of weeks for me. DHB over on YouTube. How are you, my friend? I'm hoping to see you pop up. You mine on Pyro 4 with a Geo and 10 containers of something called Fameline. Can't find the Hadonite. So I think the Hadonite now is just restricted to caves. So all the old minerals, the Hadonite, Dolomite and Aphorite, are now just hand minables, which we can only find in caves. I don't think, I don't hold out much hope for my suggestion that ground deposits should be a mix of different sorts of minerals, of nodes of different sizes. Am I on YouTube? I am indeed, Carnage. I can't really... I guess I could try and send a link. I swap over to this computer. We can drop a link in there. Actually, I could just put it in the chat. It's just youtube.com/c/. Is it just one word? Oh, God, I don't know, man. Hang on, let me have a look properly. It's just at Crouch After Dark, your channel. Here we go. We can just drop this in the chat here. We can drop that in there. You liking the vibe here, Carnage? Well, thank you so much, mate. I appreciate you chilling out with me. There we go. That'll take you over to YouTube. So I don't really upload videos to YouTube. Having been involved in YouTube for such a long time, and having edited and produced hundreds of videos across different sorts of channels, I really just enjoy the simplicity of streaming. I really enjoy the immediacy of the feedback, of the chat, of interacting with people. Actually, my father was here earlier. I had to go help do something this afternoon, and I said to him, I really enjoy streaming because it's a social activity without having to be social. Now, believe it or not, I am very much an introvert. I like my own space. I like being alone. I'm not a big social person. I don't go out to the pub and drink and talk about random stuff for the sake of drinking and talking about random stuff. I like my own space. And so streaming allows me to enjoy somewhat of a social experience without actually having to be social. If that makes sense. And so from the YouTube perspective, I really enjoyed putting up videos. I ran, my Knights of Dice channel for a long time. I ran Rubbish In, Rubbish Out for a long time. And I'd always get that dopamine hit. Every time I'd publish a video, I'd be checking it every couple of hours going, who's left comments? How many likes am I up to? Are there any dislikes? All that sort of stuff. But there's a lot of work in editing videos. And as I said, having done hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them over those various channels, let's take the Zeus out. I should just sell everything, man. The only thing I fly right now is the Zeus. I just can't be bothered, producing videos. That may change. Who knows? Now that I'm, this freaking warehouse has just consumed so much of my mental energy and physical energy for such a long time, that it's going to be quite nice just to be done with it. The auction isn't for another month, but I don't have to go back there to do anything. Obviously, I'll have to go back there and clean up a little bit and just vacuum whatever before the auction actually happens. But in terms of any work that needs to happen there, I don't have to do any of that anymore. So now, really, all I have to worry about is going to work, coming home. And when I'm not at work, I do whatever I want. So who knows? There may be time in the future for producing videos, Star Citizen content, or I'll get back into miniature and tabletop related stuff. I don't think I'll get into too much of that until I build my new workshop out the back. But there's, it's exciting. It's exciting. We need to find some Tundra Copians. I'm going to do a quick Google search while we're waiting for ships and stuff to be delivered to us. Tundra Copion on Hurston. Where to find Tundra Copion horns? From Mr. Kraken on YouTube. See, I could do these little tutorials. Boy! Acorn saying we're still have to go up to Microtech. Up to Microtech, hey? The Ninja's computer's on. And somebody is trying to phone her at 9:40 PM in the evening. It'll be one of our friends friends from school. I'm sure they haven't spoken for 5 minutes, and one of them's like, "What's going on? Totally disconnected from the world."
For subscribing on YouTube. Welcome to After Dark.
We didn't get any. Was there anything that flashed up on the screen for that notification? For the subscribing over on YouTube? I don't think there was. Might have to sort out the Ninja's PC. I don't think that really needs to be on. Bear with me for just 1 second while I shut that down. I shall return in just but a minute. Ah. Was it even a minute? Ha! Of course it wasn't, because I'm quick! Fast as lightning! Right. Nigel Clark, thank you so much for subscribing over there on the old YouTube. Yeah, what happened to our notifications, hey? Nope, nada. Now we'll never know there was a subscription. I heard the audio. That's what she said. Yeah, I know. Well, let's not go there, right? You know. We're here to escape reality. I'll have to check out what's happening with Stream Elements. Oh, actually, yeah, we haven't seen anything in the chat saying Stream Elements has joined us. Although we did get the notification in the chat there that Nigel Clark had subscribed, but we didn't get any alert on the screen. Rude. So we got ourselves an old-fashioned rock. Oh my god. That was you, Carnage. Well, thank you so much, mate, for finding us on the old YouTube. I appreciate the fact that you appreciate the vibes here at the old After Dark. Like I say, I say it every stream, and I really do mean it. I do feel incredibly fortunate to be able to pop up here and have people interacting in the chat and talking and getting involved, because there's a lot of people out there streaming, and whilst we have a small community here at After Dark, it's exactly the way I like it. And, oh god, professionally driven in. Oh, do we need boxes? We need containers and stuff. Oh, the new Geo. Okay, look, we gotta get. There's too many things to do. And let's go get ourselves a container. Do we need a container? No, let's just get out of here. Let's get out of here. We don't need containers anymore. Let's get up to Greenglade or somewhere like that, a refinery, and go see what we can find up there in terms of the new bags, the new rock bags. Yeah, you guys know what I mean. Are we gonna have to redo our keybinds again? Let's have a look. Repeat medic. When do I think box deliveries will return? Well, obviously they're going through the process of updating all of the missions to now work with server meshing. When will they return? I have no idea. I guess that's just going to be a matter of, a matter of time. Soon, TM. I have no idea. It's taken quite some time to get what we do have available. So how long will it take to get the box missions back in? I don't know, but they really need to get them back in, as quickly as they can. It's one of the core sort of new player sort of missions. Alright, let's get ourselves out into orbit. There's a lot to check out, man. Let's jump on the... where are we? The Discord, official news updates, captains of industry. There's a lot to go through. Q&As for both the Drake Golem and the Atlas Geo. I'm interested in the geo, so let's have a look at the geo, right? I don't think we need to see our taskbar. How do I purge quickly my taskbar? Stuff it, whatever. The Atlas Geo. Now that the Argo Atlas Geo has been added to the verse, we posed a few questions to the dev team about the new mining power suit. Here are the answers, straight from the designers themselves. This is super cool, man. I can totally see lots of variants of this, you know, both for salvage and obviously at some point in the future combat. A salvage mech suit would be absolutely mint. Here we go. With the recent update in Alpha 4.1 separating FPS and ground vehicle minables, can the Atlas Geo mine both? And the answer to this is yes. Can mine both. A special modifier inside the Geo can be activated to reduce lasers power to suit the demands of FPS minables. Can we swap out the mining laser beams? Again, the answer is yes. Like the new ones that come with the Rock and the Rock DS. The new one recently added to the shop, or future ones to come, salvage or tractor beams are not compatible with the mining arm mode. So this salvage, obviously we have a tractor, you know, Atlas already, the OG. But I can totally see a salvage one coming at some point. Does it automatically generate a container for the minerals or I collect, or do I need to purchase and install a separate container? So we need to buy separate ones. The backpack's container needs to be bought and replaced once full. So I wonder if these are going to be specific containers. I guess we'll find out when we get up to the refinery. Or if they're just going to be standard 1/8. I'm assuming there'll be a bespoke container, right? Do they consume any sort of fuel, such as hydrogen fuel or batteries? Yeah, so these things can have a thruster on, like a little jetpack, right? Oh god, we really need to get one of these. Rhino, my friend, how are you? Hope you have been well. Let's have a look at the pledge store as well. We got to jump into the pledge store and have a look at some of this stuff. How high can the Atlas Geo jump on a planet with 1G gravity? A normal jump is not that high, but once the jump pack kicks in, players can reach heights of up to 15 meters in a 1G environment. So we're not flying around in these mech suits, right? Can I control my direction in mid-air using the jump pack? Okay, the player cannot change direction while in the air. They can turn their Atlas Geo in the air though. Okay, so we have a single trajectory where we're you know, doing the good old Hulk jumps. Alright, let's Atreyu. I can't really hear Atreyu very well, but I think that you guys can hear him. Set a course for the station at Herel 1. Star map is being updated soon. They look like milk crates. Let's go. They're bespoke. And it has one in it already. Alright, well, let's get up to the refinery. We'll go have a look at a few bits and pieces. You mean it can jump high enough to not die on the cacti like the danged rovers? Campaign terrain, how are you, my friend? Oh, God. Cacti, man. More powerful than Superman. Let's see if we can get this working. I guess we could go find a cable for it or something. Good old voice meter. Whoa! Oh my god! Cruise control's on! Deactivate cruise control. Whoa. Classic crouch. Phew. I was lucky. Crazy. Contact landing services.
Acknowledged. CLS has been contacted. Waiting for connection.
Atreyu the murderer. Up to the same old, same old. Oh boy, I forgot cruise control was on. What's going on? Man, the flight model is different. Hey, my cruise control was still on. I don't know how it didn't explode or suffer any damage at that point. But the thrusters seem to be totally different. Okay. Hey, let's go. Oh, boy. Why is there no game audio? There is, it's just very quiet. It's 100%. Oh, I don't know. Who knows, man? Who knows? Alright, let's go check out the refinery and the bits and pieces that we have access to here. And we'll jump back into the pledge store in a minute. We'll have a look at the geo. Could probably reshuffle our hangar a little bit. I'm not too fussed about, you know, LTIs and all that sort of stuff. And I know that, you know, if you use store credit, you only get the 6 months insurance. Whereas if you war bond it, you're going to get the... well, it's good to see the blockade of the medical clinic is still enforced. You get the LTI if you use war bond. Let's go see what they have at this refinery up here. And I guess at some stage we're going to have to head over to Microtech to go find ourselves some Tundra Copions. I'm going to need those for both Wicklow and the Rayari missions. And I like the fact that the Wicklow missions don't reward you in coin. He rewards you with items and stuff. Because we don't really need more things to make money. I like the idea of being rewarded with items, and according to one of the things that I saw on the Discord updates was that it can even reward you with ships. I'm assuming that's going to require you to have to collect huge amounts of stuff. But as a loot goblin, as a hoarder, you know, that's right up my alley. Alright, so let's have a look first. Backpacks, consumables. I'm assuming it's going to come under containers. Argo ore pods. Grey Cat ore pods. Or the Grey Cat Rock DS. Why are they the same price? The new Drake ore pod. I'm assuming that's going to be for the Golem. The Geo Resource Pod. Lightweight yet durable, the GEO Resource Pod was constructed to extend the functionality of your Atlas by providing additional storage for mined ores, as well as a convenient way to transport resources to their final destination. So it'd be interesting to see. Well, you know, we don't need to. What, you know, we could find out, right? Let's buy 8 of these, and let's buy a 1 SCU store all. Because I'm assuming we can fit 8 of these inside a 1 SCU container. The Grey Cat Rock Ore Pod, produced by Grey Cat for their rock mining vehicle. This ore pod features tough construction, able to withstand the rigors of the job. Right, so let's buy a bunch of these. Capacity 1.2 SCU, lovely. Let's buy. Let's get 6 of them. Why not? Right, so we've got some containers, both for the rock and for the non-existent Atlas Geo. Mining laser heads. So here we got the size 0 Helix, the size 0 Hofstede. Lawson mining laser, size 0, grade C. Do they have different gather radiuses? No, they're all the same. Optimal range 25, 30 meters on the Helix, 30 meters on the Hofstede. The extraction throughput is slightly different. The Hofstede and the Lawson are the same. The Helix, a little bit more. Grade B, grade C, grade B. Is there no grade A? Maybe not here, maybe somewhere else. %, instability, 0% resistance, minus 40% to the optimal charge window size, but 20% buff to the charge window rate. Throttle minimum 15%, 20%, 20%. So our Lawson's giving us some buffs to the instability, plus 30% to the instability. Well, I guess that's kind of a nerf, right? But a buff, minus 40% to the resistance, plus 40% to the charge window size. Be interesting to see, right? You know, we tried to play around with some of this a couple of weeks ago when we were last here, and none of the modules or anything made any difference. This doesn't tell us how many slots it has available. So the Hofstede and the Lawson, very similar in terms of the instability and resistance. In fact, they're exactly the same. The Hofstede, though, minus or plus 20% to the charge rate. Otherwise, it looks identical to the Lawson. Although we need to be, oh yeah, a bit further away, 30 meter optimal range. 25, so you got to be a bit closer for the Lawson. Power transfer, no difference. Okay, so the Hofstede, I'm liking that at the moment. But then the Helix, right? The Helix always be, you know, the big power laser, yeah? Although I don't really know why you'd need more power. Unless the whole ground mining thing has been changed, which we're going to obviously find out, to be somewhat similar to ship mining or asteroid mining, where you have, you know, small rocks, and big rocks, and you know you want more power or, you know, greater buffs to your instability or resistance or stuff like that. So minus 40% to the window charge size and 20% charge rate. Power transfer 50, where these are 35. So I'm assuming this power transfer is how powerful the laser is, how much of that power it's actually transferring into the rock. Stone Knight, my friend, good morning, Crouch. Hope you are well. I am very well, my friend. Thank you for joining us over there on Twitch. I'm good, man. Obviously checking out some 4.1 action. Let's go. All right, so I'm really interested in this Hofstede at the moment. Let's buy one of these. And what I'm interested to see is, can we change these in the field?
Let's do this thing. Whoa!
Let's do this thing. Now let's have a look at the mining modules. All right, so we got the Focus 3. So let's quickly go back to the mining laser, to the Hofstadter. So plus 40% to the charge window size and plus 20% to the charge window rate. So 40-20, right? Size and charge rate. Let's have a look at our mining modules. So the Focus 3 plus 40% to the charge window size. So this, obviously being a passive module, with the Hofstadter is going to increase that charge window by 80%. A rink. We don't need to worry about inert materials. And then we have a whole bunch of active modules. The Torpid, Surge, Stampede, Rhyme, Lifeline. I don't understand why any of these would be necessary in terms of ground mining. So I guess at this point, at least from Greenglade here at Hero 1, the only module would be interested in here would be the Focus 3. It's 7 AM there, Logan, and you have to start work. Well, thank you so much, mate. I hope you have a wonderful day at work. And I hope you have an even better day once work is over. Appreciate you popping in, mate. Have a good one. 40 grand for a Focus 3 module. I don't know why you'd want to increase the charge window size. Again, I haven't done any mining since this has gone live, and what we did a couple of weeks ago really wasn't a fantastic test of anything. But the charge window on all the minables is absolutely huge. So I don't see why you'd want to increase the charge window size unless these new minerals, you know, again, I don't know what their names are, I can't remember. If one of them has a very small charge window, who knows? But let's buy one of these. What else can we find here? External fuel tanks, mining modules, gadgets. Again, I don't see any reason why you'd need to have gadgets when you're ground mining. Laser hedge containers, hats, gloves, arms, backpacks, footwear, undersuits. Okay, I think we have everything we need here. Consumables, med pens and stuff, personal weapons attachments, drinks, foods. Okay, don't need any of that stuff. All right, let's get out of here. We bought ourselves a couple of geopods, a couple of bags for the rock, a new laser, a Focus 3 module. Now I do want to let's get back down to the lobby, because we can grab ourselves a burrito and some pips for Wicklow. Maybe we'll head up to Microtech and go for a bit of a fly around there and see what we can find. Okay, so first thing I'm interested to know. There's our store roll. Let's open the store roll. Can we put all 8 of these in the store roll? We can't. We can't put 8 1/8 SCU boxes inside a 1 SCU box. We can put 7 inside a 1 SCU box. I think I got to that mute button just a little bit too late. My apologies. Okay. And then we've got a whole bunch of the rock ore pods. Just out of interest. I don't think we'll be able to fit these inside. Yeah. I don't know why you'd want to do that. All right, so we don't actually have an Atlas Geo, so there's no point worrying too much about these boxes. So we can only fit 7 of them. That's cool. But what I am interested to know, and I guess the rest of it we're going to have to play around inside the hangar, is can we swap out the laser arms and the modules in the field? Because again, from the perspective of taking different equipment with us for different situations, being able to swap things out in the field is super important. If there's a need to. I just ran past you, did I, Acorn? Oh, they've stored our stuff. Rude. Okay. You know, you're a product of the USAID education system, but I'm pretty sure 1 is supposed to equal 8 eighths. Yeah. You know, I'm not a math person, but you know, I had assumed that a 1/8 SCU box. Oh no, yeah, 1/8, of course. Because a 1 SCU box, I don't know, maths isn't my strong point. A 1 SCU box, I guess if they were 1/10 boxes, then you'd be able to fit 10 of them in there. I don't know, I had just assumed that a 1/8 or a 1 SCU box fit 8 1/8 boxes in it, but that math obviously doesn't work out. There's smarter people in the chat than me. Assuming the walls of the box have no volume, it would work. Well, there we go. I think we can put that Focus 3 module in our backpack from the terminal. Let's get some of these. I think we only really need to get, we'll worry about 4 of them at the moment. And just for the sake of having this with us, we might as well, let's just take everything with us. What's the point of leaving things here? And we'll take that one with us too. Right, let's get that up. Does a 1 litre bottle displace 1 litre of water when you submerge it? Or does it displace more because of the thickness of the bottle? Oh, look, logic. Logic and common sense are prevailing in the chat. Let's go. Alright, let's get our Zeus. Oh, you know what we did? We bought a whole bunch of crews and then totally forgot to bring it with us. That's alright, we have to go back to the lobby anyway to go get ourselves a burrito and some pips for good old Wicklow. But at this point in time, I'm just interested to see is that our laser right there? That tiny little thing? That thing? Oh, you know, one other thing I'm interested to check out is that these 1/8 SCU boxes, right? When they stack on a grid, I'm assuming they just take up one slot, right? You can't stack multiple of them like a Rubik's Cube. You found a shipwreck Acorn with boxes outside the station? Oh, look at this. Interesting. They're just all nested into the same Same position. Interesting. What's going on with this grid? Look at all these tiny little steps in the grid. Hang on a second. Okay, so... Okay, physics. You're drunk. Oh, you know what? I'd love a beer right now. I've actually got some Hawker's beer in the fridge. Nice pale ale. I've got a nice pale ale and a West Coast IPA. And the other day after I did my last dump run, I had a massive 3-meter wide format printer, which was functional but needed to be, you know, restored. And I was like, I can't be fucked with this stupid machine. So somehow I managed to fit this 3-meter wide printer. And here's a bit of a, you know, not an oxymoron, but a little bit strange that we still use the terms 6-foot by 4-foot trailer. Managed to fit this 3-meter wide printer in my 6x4 trailer, which was a miracle. And after I took that to the tip, just around the corner was Hawker's Brewery, and so I popped into their little cellar door and bought myself a couple of cases of beer. We're going to get some of that. Right, let's unlock the ports. We still don't see a message that the ports are unlocked, but they are. Okay, so... hang on, wait a minute. What's going on here? Oh, hang on, we need to deploy this. So, okay, so we can swap the bags out. Nah. We can't swap the laser head in the field like we can on a prospector or a mole. So I'm assuming that this little thing... okay, they're all... okay, yep, they're back. Lovely. I'm assuming this little thing here is our size 0 Hofstadter. Look how tiny it is. It's so cute. That's amazing. That's a bummer. Yeah, so this we can't attach to the actual laser because we can't take this other one off. That's a bummer. So obviously the laser arm, then they haven't updated to have the removable laser head with a port on it. So it seems that the only way we're going to be able to do this is in the vehicle loadout manager. I'm assuming though that given that this is tiny, no, we can't interact with it. Nope. Okay, it's not interactable, so we can't pick it up and put it in our backpack. Nope. Amazing. Okay. Let's get this back on the rock. Oh, it's upside down. Okay. All right, so we're going to have to send that back down in the lift. Let's grab ourselves one of these little boxes, one of these little bags. Go throw it on the grid. I do like very much how these have been updated to 1.2 SCU. It's really interesting how these are attaching to the grid though, right? Almost like the grid is no longer a 1 SCU grid, you know, 1, 1, 1, 1. But it's sort of broken up into, you know, fractions, right? Which will be welcomed, I'm sure, by our American friends. Interesting. Okay. Ooh. Don't drag these along the ground. I think it might be possible to disappear it into the ground. Interesting. All right, they're a little floaty, missing some sort of collision. So I'm wondering if you can fit more of these on a grid. So the grid in the Zeus is 5 SCU wide. Yeah? So can we actually fit 6 of these? I don't think we actually have 6 to play with. Oh, I guess we've got the one from the back there. God, that makes me so nervous. And they pop out of the ground when you get close, hey? Yeah. Okay, we do have 6. Perfect. Speaking as a USAdian, I'm just glad SCU allows us one more way not to use metric. I don't understand what these things are do. Oh my god! I don't understand how this grid is working. I reckon we're going to be able to fit 6 of these. Should be able to fit 4 across if they are 1.2 wide. Yeah, exactly. But we're obviously able to clip them into each other. At this point, at least, anyway. So I think we're going to be able to fit 6. Alright, let's move these two closer. Oh god, I really don't like that. Don't think about it. Just accept it. It is what it is, man. Don't question the beast. It's so weird. Yep, there we go. 6 of these containers in a 5 SCU grid. Oh, we've taken one off and now we can't put it back on. Interesting. Interesting. Let me sort out this fellow. Interesting. You think the game's a bit laggy, do you, Acorn? I haven't noticed anything yet, but obviously we haven't gone anywhere or done anything. Give me a banhammer crouch, I will smite them down with great furiosity. I should. And we need some mods. Because I'm a real streamer. Alright, so we need to put this back. It's a bit crazy that we can't pick up this tiny little laser head and chuck it in a backpack. But we'll put that back on the grid and send it down. Let's go put this in the ship, although I don't know why we need it. Actually, we don't really need this. There's no point taking it with us. And we're going to jump into the pledge store. The Geo does interest me a lot. Smacker's time, is it, Rhino? BRB. Press to open. What? The elevator's... What's just happened? What happened to our boxes? What happened to our mining module? What happened to the 1SCU store roll that we just had on the elevator? Things does not seem to be working as intended. I don't know what, you know, it's not surprising. It's not surprising. I was about to say, why am I surprised? But I'm not really surprised. QW, do you think a fresh live patch would be worthy of escaping PTU? Okay, so let's go have a look in our inventory at this terminal. Okay, so we have things, well, so this little laser head is too big for our backpack. Interesting. So I'm assuming DHB, the Geo is cool, but it's fiddly. You're on your way to sell the Fane Malign. So this is one thing. We're going to have to go out and collect all these new minerals, right? Which one is the new Hadonite? Which one is the new Hadonite? Or, hopefully, there's merit in mining all of them. And given that we have these Wickaloo collection missions, perhaps there might be more than just mining for the sake of, you know, earning credits. It will actually get missions to deliver, you know, different minerals to different people for different reasons. Rather than just the never-ending grind for credits. But obviously we don't have that right now, and that's going to take a little bit of time. Alright, let's close that up. Let's send the ship back down.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Let's store this. Let's go figure out what's happening with our freight elevator. Let's send it down. And we'll see if the contents did magically go back into our inventory, which they did. Okay, wonderful. Wait for this to get stored, and then we'll use the vehicle loadout manager to swap our modules over, or our laser head. It's a bit disappointing that we can't swap it in the field. Again, if each of the laser heads has different properties, which they kind of vary just a little bit, it would be nice to be able to swap them in the field. But I'm assuming at this point there's no need for us to have to swap them in the field, so they haven't worried about that right now. If in the future we do end up with nodes of different sizes and masses, and, you know, the laser head that we have on perhaps would be it would be more advantageous to have a helix, then at that point, you know, we'd be able to swap them out in the field.
Skeet West can't get enough Tim Tam slams. They've been subscribed for 6 months. Yo 7.
Yo, Skeet, how are you, man? 6 months, man, legend. Resubscribing with your Prime sub, giving me some of that Bezos money. Thank you so much, my friend. How are you? I hope you're keeping well. Welcome in, 4.1. Lots to check out. And as usual, everything in Star Citizen takes 4,682 hours to do anything. Alright, so let's have a look at our... Okay. Let's try that again. Close the vehicle loadout manager. Let's be patient. Let's wait for things to load. Just give it a couple of minutes. Interesting. Let's have a look at the Zeus. Okay, so the Zeus... why does it say everything is empty? Oh my word. Alright, let's get the Zeus back up. We'll take the rock out and store it separately. So we'll take the rock out of the Zeus, we'll store the Zeus, then we'll store the rock and see if we can access the vehicle loadout manager. And what I do want to have a look at is if we can put the modules on in the field. I'm assuming the answer is going to say no. Rhino is back. That was a very speedy trip to Macca's. I like how these tiny little lights still affect the physics of this vehicle significantly. Alright, we'll store this out of the way. Let's go store the Zeus.
Welcome to the ASOP.
There's a Macca's at your servo, is there? That's amazing. I guess we have servos with Macca's here. This is true.
Has been moved to our storage facility.
Oh, I should quantify my statement. The servo. A service station.
Please visit us again.
There's no point in Australia using the whole word if you could use a shorter word. Saves a little bit of time for more drinking. Oh, speaking of drinking, we need beer. Alright, West Coast IPA it is. 7.2%. Big, fruity, juicy. Delicious. Alright, so that's out of the way. How do I bring the hanger back up so I can store the rock? Oh god. I don't think there's a way. I think what we need to do is we need to leave the hangar. It'll store everything, including the rock. Why does the hangar not come back up? Why? Who said it in the chat before? Don't ask why. Just accept it. Oh god, there's nothing in this game makes sense, man. All right. Server's busted, Acorn. Well, I did notice just before the stream when I logged on, I was getting ready. Just before the stream started, there was a server error. Okay, so now we've evacuated the hangar. It should have stored everything that was in the hangar. It has not. Alright, so... This is the thing about Star Citizen, right? Nothing works as you'd expect it to. There's always a process. And once you understand the process, things work. But it's figuring out the process. First I need to do this, then this, then this, and then this. And then after I've done those, I need to do this, and then that. And after I've done that, I can do this. Rather than just being able to go straight away and do that. Okay, so the hangar is back. Here's the rock. Let's put this... That's enough Star Citizen for one patch. You done, Acorn? Servers will take a few days to settle down. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense from a technical perspective, but you know, it's entirely true. You're literally falling asleep waiting for your ASOP to load. Oh god. Alright, so now we've got that on the pad. So we've got to leave the hangar and then come back for it to bring the actual pad back up. That's okay, so that's part of the process.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Rag, how are you, my friend? Is it sacrilege that I'm hell diving while I'm watching you play this fifth? I don't think so. Okay, so the rock is on the pad, but I need to claim it. So I can't actually store the rock. We need beer. I'll be back in just a minute. Oh my word. Oh my word. All right. So we are stuck now in this conundrum. All right, I guess one thing that we can have a look at is in the vehicle loadout manager. Does it at least display the Zeus correctly to us now? Doesn't have any ship inside it. And we have all our systems and everything back. Okay. But we're not able to store the rock. Because even though it knows it's on the pad, it won't allow us to store it. And without being able to store it, we can't swap out the mining head. Here we go. Oh god, it smells so good. Seriously passionate. Hawker's West Coast IPA, man, this is so fruity. I haven't brewed for such a long time. When I get my new shed built, I can put my brewery back in here. I'll put the brewery in here because this is where I've got the 32 volt, the 32 amp socket on the wall. Just on the other side of this wall here is where plumbing, I have access to plumbing. Okay. So Rhino suggests put the rock to one side and call something else. Stone Eye asked, does putting the rock on a ship allow you to store it? Well, it does. We're gonna try one thing. We'll take the rock off. So when the rock was inside the Zeus, we couldn't see any of its components or anything, and we couldn't see any of the components of the Zeus. But now the Zeus is independent. We can see its components. So let's do what we could do is we could get ourselves a Pisces, which should be small enough to stash in a corner. Leave on the pad and call something else, it will auto store. I haven't had much luck with things being auto stored. All I end up with is mess in the bottom of the hangar pit. Alright, let's try this. All we want to do is go mining, man. Oh. Oh, dear Lord. Alright. I don't think that this is going to help the pad recognize that we can actually store the rock, even though it knows that the rock is on the pad.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
For being AWOL for weeks, Motherfig. How are you, my friend? I was AWOL for weeks. I did explain at the beginning of the stream. I've been so busy finalizing everything at my warehouse to get it ready for auction that I haven't had any time. I haven't even logged on to Star Citizen. I haven't been in front of my computer at all.
Twitch is broadcasting an alert.
Haven't even
Must
played
you
any
can't get enough Tim
Kingdom
Tam
Come.
Slams.
No
You've been
KCD.
subscribed for 6
nothing.
months.
I appreciate you resubscribing. You're a legend. 6 months. That all I've been doing is going to work, and then going to work at my warehouse, and then going to bed, and then just doing that over and over and over. But it is all done now. There's no need for me to go back to the warehouse. Auction is happening in 30 days, or, well, a little over a month, on the 30th of April. Everything here is done. The agent said there's no point doing any more. It's not going to increase the property valuation at all. Just leave it as it is. You've done a great job. Looks great. Alright, so the anvil is on the pad, apparently. The rock is on the pad, but we still need to claim it. Okay, so let's put the Pisces on the pad as well. This is, once you figure things out in Star Citizen, it just, you know, it becomes simple, right? This is the way that I need to do this. You know, it's not like making a sandwich where you can go, I get some bread out, I put it on the table. I get my butter out and I get my knife and I put it in the butter and I spread it on the bread. In Star Citizen, that's not always, you know, that's not how things work. In Star Citizen, you know, once you've figured out the process, it's fairly straightforward. But figuring out the frickin' process, or the sequence in which you need to do things, is the main challenge. You tried geomining this morning, Motherfig? All the rocks I found were ghost rocks. Oh, well, that's not good. You know, like Rhino said earlier on, it'll take a couple of days for the servers to settle down. And I said that doesn't make any sense. From a tech perspective, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, so the Pisces... Okay, so we can store the Pisces now. But we still need to claim the rock. Okay, so let's store the Pisces. Because this is simply just code. Once it's running, it's running. It's not like a car, like my van, right? It's a diesel. When you start it up, it takes 10-15 minutes for it to really warm up, to settle down before you drive it. Because if I just start it up, let it warm up for a minute or so and then drive it, it'll run really rough, it'll blow heaps of smoke. I need to start it and then let it settle down for 10 or 15 minutes. It's mechanical. This is not mechanical. When you turn it on, there's no amount of waiting for, you know, obviously there is when you boot up a program and it has systems that run in the background. Those systems also need to fire up, and, you know, like when I boot up one of my, you know, when I boot up my virtual host, right, and it fires up 3 virtual machines inside that host. That process takes a bit of time because it's firing up all different sorts of services, and it takes 10 or 15 minutes for it to boot up all those services and to start those virtual, you know, those virtual servers. But, you know, it certainly shouldn't take days for, you know, all of these systems to start. Okay, so that's been stored. Need to find out how to open the damn butter. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh boy. Oh, Ubersmith here mentions a very valid point. It doesn't help that they move everyone back to their resident start points, so essentially consolidating everyone on the same computed instance. If not sized for this, we get these problems. This is true. So I guess from that perspective, what Rhino was saying makes a little bit of sense. You know, it's not taking, you know, the program the time to settle down. It's taking, you know, the dispersion effect of people dispersing out into different DGSs, right? So that each DGS can then consolidate its resources to manage X number of people. Rather than, as Ubersmith says, everyone being loaded into the same area and then, having to, yeah. Okay, so we should now have access to a Pisces and access to a rock and access to a Zeus. Okay, so what Rhino had mentioned before was spawn something else, put them both on the pad, then store whichever one you can, and it should auto-store the other. Glutrino, my friend, how are you joining us on Twitch? Dude, took time off work, need a mental break from my 40 plus years working at the top of the tech world. Maybe this is me retiring or just taking a freaking break. Well, I hope you enjoy the break, man. However long that break is going to be for. Okay, so now... Okay, we've actually got content now. We've got components. Okay, utilities. Where is the other freaking laser? Where is the laser that is currently sitting in my inventory? Let's unequip this one. Dear Lord. Okay, so this other one is in this light blue. Does it mean it's there or does it mean it's not there? Let's drag this box out and see what happens. Oh, goodness me. There's the box. Okay, so let's put the box back in the inventory. It is still light blue. There's our size 0 Hofstadter. And there's our arbor. So the arbor has an optimal range of 15 meters and a maximum range of 20. Versus the optimal and maximum of 30 on the Hofstadter. Collection point radius is 1 meter. And this one has a gather radius of 1 meter. The collection throughput is 0.01. And this is 4. So it's obviously collecting a lot faster. And then the stock laser head, the arbor, doesn't have any buffs or debuffs to any of the other stats, the instability or the resistance, the charge window size or the charge window rate. This is the default mining head for the Rock DS. Slightly stronger than the arbor. Okay, so maybe we can't put this on a rock. This is the default mining head for the Rock DS. That means Star Citizen all day, every day. Well, like I said before, I've got the whole weekend now. I don't ever have to go back to the warehouse until, I guess, auction day, I suppose. So we've got heaps of time now to mess around in here. Okay, so the only mining laser head that it's recognizing is the arbor. Back to the refinery! So it looks like we can't put a size 0 Hofstadter on a rock. It seems that it is the default mining head, or the mining arm, but yeah, the mining head for the Rock DS. So let's head back. We'll pick up both of the others. I don't recall seeing anything, though I'm sure it is there somewhere, that says this does not fit on the Rock. It is only for the Rock DS. Laser on the Rock has been a pain since they changed it, Rhino. How are you, Ninja? So I noticed when you opened up the Tim Tams, you didn't take any Tim Tams from the start of the packet.
That's what you normally do.
You opened it up and you took Tim Tams from the middle of the packet and then tried to close it back up again. Alright, so we want to go to the refinery. So Rhino says make sure it's size 0 and not 00. Yeah, so the Hofstadter was size 00. So does that mean it's only suitable for the DS? Improper Tim Tam retrieval. You can't open a packet of Tim Tams and just take Tim Tams from anywhere. There's a sequence. It starts on one side, and that's obviously the side that the little tray comes out of the packet, and then you work your way to the end of the packet. 0 is for the Rock, and 00 is for the DS. These are all the things we have to figure out, hey? Alright, so let's have a look. Mining laser heads. So, basically we get the option between the Lawson and the Helix. The Hofstadter is a size 0, but in the title it says 00. It says this is the default mining head for the Rock DS, slightly stronger than the Arbor. Then the Lawson. Lawson mining laser was developed by Argo Astronautics and specifically tuned for the Atlas Geo to take mining resources from the power suit as intuitively as possible. So even this one, let's buy one of these. I don't think that this is going to fit. Even though it does say size 0 on the Rock. So then we get the Helix, which is size 0. Most powerful mining laser, strongest laser. Okay, so let's buy one of these. So we've now bought all 3 of the size 0 mining heads. The Helix is the best. Well, I don't know. You know, it's obviously got the higher power transfer. But in terms of its, you know, stats, it's doing nothing for our instability or resistance. Again, I don't think any of these are really important from the perspective of, you know, rock mining, because we just don't have the variabilities in the clusters of the nodes to have to warrant worrying about swapping out laser heads or modules or anything like that. And maybe something in the future, but I don't think at this point in time there's any need to have to worry about swapping out these components. Whereabouts am I, Motherfig? I am up at Greenglade, Hero 1. Alright, so let's have a look at our rock. The pro strat as a kid is to take Tim Tams from the middle or back so you can't tell that any have been pinched. Yeah. Alright, let's have a look at our utilities. Okay, so now in our mining laser we can fit both the Helix and the Lawson. So the Helix, 30 meter maximum and optimal range versus 25 for the Lawson. Throughput extraction, 4 micro SCU versus 5. 50 power transfer for the Helix, 35 for the Lawson. The Lawson, though, is increasing the instability by 30%, but it's decreasing the resistance by 40%. It's increasing the optimal charge window by 40%. It's not affecting our charge rate, and the throttle minimum is 20%. On the Helix, no buffs or debuffs to the instability or the resistance. Minus 40% to the window charge size, so it's making the green zone smaller. But it's charging up faster, 20% faster. And our throttle minimum is 15%. Okay, so let's put the Helix on. Let's play with the Helix for a little bit. Again, I'm not too concerned about the optimal charge window size. Certainly, since the last couple of patches, 3.19 in my opinion was the best patch for rock mining. I think most people would disagree with me, but in my opinion, that was the best patch for rock mining. Because that's when Hadonite had a really small, you know, optimal window, and you actually had to pay attention. It wasn't just click and wait, click and wait, click and wait. You actually had to play, especially when you were mining Dolovine. You know, any of the old streams that you watch, I'd constantly refer to it as a dance, because Dolovine had a pattern, a rhythm, and you had to play with it, and it was so much fun. 3.19 was the best, the best. People were exploding their rocks left, right, and center. And I was just sitting here going, fucking get with the program, people. It's not that difficult. So what's the plan? What's today's plan? Crouch, Glutrino. Look, the plan is basically just to get in, play around. You know, we're going to do a little bit of rock mining. I want to go collect up some of these resources for Wicklow. Probably go do some shoot, some pow. Who knows, man? We're going to jump in. We're going to watch some of the videos. We're going to jump into the pledge store. We're going to have a look at the Geo. Probably grab one of those at some stage. Rhino mentions that you can balance out the optimal window reduction on the Helix with some modules. Oh yeah, let's have a quick look while we're here. Before we get back into that rigmarole of retrieving and storing things. Where is the rock? So we've got utilities. The Helix. Turret, rock mining, arm, flare, systems, liveries. So it doesn't look like we can... Like, there's no modules here. There's no slots. There's no slots. I do remember when we had a look at this a couple of weeks ago when it first came to the PTU, in the last stream we did, that there were slots here where you could attach modules. And there was even an F interaction prompt on the laser itself that you couldn't interact with at that stage. But the slots don't seem to exist anymore. And it doesn't say anything about it having slots. So maybe we can't put modules on these lasers anymore. The Geo default has a big green optimal window, but very unstable. Okay, so I guess what we can do... we're going to need to get something to drink. Let's head over to the Galleria. Go get ourselves some sustenance. See if we can pick up the burrito and the pips for our soon-to-be friend Wicklow. Then we might head up to Microtech, have a blast around Microtech and see what we can find. Both in terms of the copions and, you know, whatever might be out there on Microtech. So in our inventory, we do have... This bespoke mining module was specifically for use with the rock module. Where is the Focus 3 module that we bought? Oh, it's in the backpack. Okay, cool. Let's put that back into our inventory. Let's get back to our vehicle loadout manager. Modules broken then, because it did have them. Yeah, I remember it did have them, right? So let's go and have a look now that that's back in the inventory here. Utility, mining laser. Miscellaneous, rock mining arm systems. No, I can't see the slot here anymore. Sounds like a plan to you, Glittrino. You're just jumping in yourself to do my post-patch setup. Then do similar as you, bro. Enjoy. May the verse be with you. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We shall see what happens. Let's put this back in our backpack and, you know, who knows, maybe we can actually interact with the prompt. Let's head on over to the food court. See if I can find ourselves some pips and a burrito and get ourselves something to consume. Might have to manually put the modules. Yeah, we're going to check that out and have a look and see if that's the case, if we can actually do that. the pizza store. Let's grab ourselves some water. So hold F to buy. I think we can just quick buy with... Oh, actually no, that's a terrible idea. So we'll go into our inventory. And we'll have to transfer this to our backpack. I heard that the Wicklow fella has them Polarises. Yeah, well, apparently he can reward you with ships. I guess you've got to build up your reputation and then, deliver to him, enough things that he wants to, collect or have. But I did see in the patch notes that he can reward you with ships. And I assume getting access to a Polaris is going to be a monumental effort. Something that will be suitable towards group gameplay, or if you wanted to, the long play. One last thing, says Glutrino, are you getting mining heads for the new Geo or Rock? I picked up a Geo myself and going to play around with that today. Well, we're so far just playing around with the Rock. I don't have the Geo at the moment, but I'm sure at some stage tonight we'll jump into the pledge store and do a little bit of naffing around with my hangar and get ourselves some store credit so we can pick up the new Golem and the Geo.
Let me know if there's anything I can help you with.
You can quick buy, then right click to put it in your inventory. That is a good suggestion, Rhino. A very good suggestion. Alright, we need to find the burrito bar. Where is the burrito bar? Is there a burrito bar? Because we kind of need burritos for our friend who wants burritos. Let's get some noodles. Well, quick buy. Right click to put it in my backpack. Quick buy. Or right click to put it in my backpack. Yeah, they said big ships in the video. Chewy Num Nums, how are you, my friend? Get some noodles. Alright, lovely. A burrito bar. Yeah, I do want to do some of the Wicklow missions. As I said before, we're going to have to head up to Microtech to see if we can find ourselves some Tundra Copians. Maybe we'll have a quick look at this video from Mr. Kraken. It's a nice, quick, short one.
If you're currently checking out the new collector missions in Star Citizen 4.1 and wondering just where to find Tundra Copian, you're far from alone. Since Quasi-Grazers got introduced, the spawn locations are thin on the ground, and also, if you happen upon Tundra Quasi-Grazers, unfortunately you're in the wrong place, as Tundra Copian spawn in the same place as Boreal Grazers. When you're flying above Microtech, look for the brown patches on the surface around the edge of the equator. This, for those unfamiliar, is sort of a tundra biome, although the original classification in Traveller's Guide to Microtech would direct you to OM1 or 2 for the frozen tundra. What we're looking for, though, is the treeless, low-lying shrub of the more temperate biomes to find our precious pups. There's a very pretty remote spot right below orbital marker 5 that provides a serene setting, but the spawns are more limited than elsewhere. For easy to find, but likely popular locations, try around Shubin mining facilities SMO 10, 13 or 18 and MT Data Center KH3. These have long been a perfect location to find Tundra Copian, and having checked in 4.1 PTU, still remain the best hunting spots. I'll give a shout out to Chris GBG for his brilliant work on creating Star Citizen spreadsheets at this point, and much like me, he has spent countless hours hunting and logging locations for the various fauna of Star Citizen. Link to that sheet is down below, and keep your eye out for more 4.1 quick tips, one-page guides,
Let's go.
and more. Until the next one, fellow citizens,
Thumbs up.
fly safe and beware the bugs.
Alright. Now, it doesn't look like there's anywhere to buy burritos here. Hot dogs. Oh, burrito bar! Burrito bar! Argo was the original Wicklow. Argo. What are we going to do with a life uncharted, hey? What are we going to do?
Let me know if there's anything I can help you with.
So he wants the chili birria burrito. Let's grab one of those. And he wants some pips. This one, the Q66.
Hi, welcome to the
Nope,
store.
that's the wrong one. Oh, is that the wrong one? Looks like the right one. The fact that he's grabbing it from some random location is a little bit concerning. Let's have a look. Pips Q66. Perfect. Alright, let's go. Right, let's get out of here. You're not bad, Chewy Num Nums. Just tuning in while at work. Hope your session is going well. Well, you know, it's a typical start to Star Citizen. We've been on for 2 hours and we really haven't done a great deal of anything. But, you know, that is the Star Citizen. I laughed pretty hard when I saw the addition of crouch contracts. What are crouch contracts? What are these crouch contracts? Are you talking about the Wicklow contracts? Alright, so Wicklow. Bring 1 chili birria burrito and a Pips Q66 and some Tundra Copian horns. Well, the Tundra Copian horns are what we're going to go collect now, and that's perfect because we also need some for Rayari. Argo missions, yes. To all available contractors, Rayari Incorporated is looking for independent contractors to provide additional support in our efforts to push the boundaries of science, agriculture, and medicine in the Empire and beyond. A research initiative at Rayari Anvik Research Outpost on Calliope is in desperate need of Tundra Copianols. So we are looking for a reliable contractor to obtain and deliver these crucial components. For more information on the animals in question, refer to the Guide to Stanton Wildlife in your journal. Rayari offers competitive wages along with the knowledge that you're building a better universe. That's so good, man. Oh, man. Knowledge is so sustaining, man. You know, there's nothing better than getting home and having a nice fresh can of knowledge, man. Just to keep me hydrated and to keep me going throughout the rest of my day. God, I love that knowledge. It's going to help me pay my mortgage. You having crouch food tonight, are you Acorn? We had some crouch food earlier tonight. Put that in the corner there, no one will ever see it. Tikka masala, some naan and some papadums, hey? Delicious. We had some buttered chicken, which is not exactly an Indian curry, but you know, so be it. It's what the ninja will eat. Some saag paneer. Some pulao. Rice. And some roti. Delicious. Okay, so now we have the whole issue of... No, that's the wrong place. Oh yeah, we need to get our food and drink out of our inventory. We need to bring up the rock first and stash it to the side.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Alright, whilst that's happening, let's go back and get our stuff out of our inventory. Butter chicken is more Indian than tikka masala. It's the national dish of England. It wouldn't surprise me if it was an actual national dish of England. Although I have a feeling that butter chicken is actually more Scottish than it is English. Grab ourselves some water. This should be plenty of water for our adventures for the moment. We've got ourselves some noodles. Noodles and water. Let's go. Alright, let's get rid of this rock to the side. No, we're talking about curry, man. I've already had some curry tonight, and if I eat any more, I'm going to get to that point where I'm like just too full of delicious food. Let's get our Zeus. Alright, we might be close to being on the verge where we can go out and actually do something. So the F interaction prompt is gone. I'm pretty sure that the ports are still unlocked, which they are. So the F interaction prompt on the laser head where we used to be able to put a module is no longer there. Madness, that isn't the Star Citizen way. Oh, it's so unwieldy. Let's throw that on the ground. Just wait for it to right itself. There we go. Let's go. I don't know about you, but butter chicken flavors always remind me of a cheese sausage. No, I'm not there with you. All right. All right, we've got spare bags in here. Let's go. Sausage is Jesus spelt backwards. Sausage. Oh, how good are sausages, man. Alright, let's go. We're off. The adventures begin. Clear navigation.
Understood, sir. Accessing Skylink and clearing route.
Set a course for microtech.
The star map is being updated, sir.
That didn't work. Set a course for microtech.
Acknowledged.
No worky. No worky. Alright, whilst we're in our jump, we can check out some of the updates. Alright.
The last 4 months have been unlike any.
All right, so let's have a look here. Let's pause our music. Orbital assault. Never been to one of these Hathor locations. They always make everything look amazing in these trailers, don't they? Look at that new Volt weapon. Oh, the little baby juvenile sandworms who eat all of our gems. Oh, a nomad! A nomad! Oh no, they just abandoned that dude who was in the Atlas. They were like, stuff him. Let's just go, man. They're like monstrous data pads, man. Push the button. Push the button, man. Wicklow. Welcome. Wicklow! These trailers are such bullshit. They do give you a very false representation. I guess if you had, you know, all of your, you know, if you had a, you know, head tracking, whether it be, you know, Track IR or the Toby or something like that, set up where you could look around independent like that, or you were good with your keyboard, then you could get some similar sorts of visuals as to what they have in these trailers. So fuck that, Atlas is done for. Just leave him, man. We've got what we want. That dude can stay there. Look at this, man. We've got 7 people watching us on YouTube over at After Dark. Yes! Thank you. Alright. Introducing the Drake Golem for the workers. Rude. Rude.
They say these worlds weren't built for us. So,
Jesus.
I just want you to tear them down. And smile as we mine the damned rubble.
His Acorn in his Polaris.
We start strong and hold fast. Work for grit, not glory. So when the ground does shake, we live steady. Drake's a family, old as dirt. First to take you in and will never leave you behind. They weren't wrong, by the way. These worlds aren't built for us. So we'll build our own. For the workers.
Oh, dear me. The Gollum commercial is one of the best in a while. I really like the effort that they put in. Oh dear Lord, what's happened here? How? How? Medbed incoming. You're literally being paid by us not to crash into the fucking planets. I don't know how he would have crashed into the planet. There was no cruise control on. Unless now when you come out of quantum, there's some inertial force that's still propelling you forward. I didn't have cruise control on though. Amazing. Amazing. Well, the rock is still there. Oh, good lord.
Please inform your manager immediately before taking medical leave. An authorized medical exemption form is required as proof of inability to perform your duties.
Elevator's not working. Oh, this guy's got one that's working. Quick, get in, get in. Desync into something maybe. Almost went into an asteroid when I came out of the jump gate the other day. I did see that was in the patch notes that the asteroids can be inside the tunnel. Space crash investigations. Oh dear lord. Welcome to Crouch After Dark, ladies and gentlemen, where we play nothing but professional edition of Star Citizen. Also fell dead on a tram one time with zero explanation. Chewing our nums, I think we have all suffered a fatality at some point on the transportation networks of Star Citizen. Hold the door. Hold the door. Alright, let's go. We're back. We're back at Lawville. Alright, we'll claim... Well, I was going to say we'll claim the Zeus, but... Several screens and you cover the game window. Well, I have to, so you guys can see what I'm watching. There's only one screen that's been broadcast. Unfortunately, that's the way it works with the dual PC setup. You only get to capture one screen. It is a little laggy, isn't it? But that may just be because there's a whole bunch of people here right now and we need to disperse! Disperse, people! Or maybe everyone crashed into something and they've all respawned here at Lawville. Look at the crowds! Look at the people! They're everywhere! It's out of control! Everybody died at the same time. It was a system-wide death. Mass slaughter. For the workers. For the workers. A mass self-destruct bug. We'll see. We'll see where this rock actually is, hey? The regen crisis has expanded. Oh, no. Alright, let's have a look. Let's get a claim going on our Zeus and we'll take a different ship. It has in fact been destroyed. Oh, we've lost all of our rock bags and everything. Oh, man. All right, let's take the Phoenix for an adventure. Why not? Like we can wash up in the tub after we've finished slaughtering all of these copions. Uber Smith, you finally made it out to space and the server shows 43 population. It's still laggy and you can't even scrape a panel. Oh no. No! Patches seem to break the servers when they first implement them. Yeah, I don't think there's ever been a stable patch that's come out of the PTU where it was stable and then it hits live. Again, you know, whoever mentioned a very valid point, I think it was Ubersmith, that everybody's respawning back in the same place, right? So, you know, we've got to wait for everyone to disperse. But then he says he's in a region where there's only 43 people on that DGS. Alright. Oh boy! Really had to try hard not to get the Phoenix Emerald. Actually, I didn't. I don't have any money. I didn't have to try hard at all. Because if I had the money, I'm sure I would have got one of those Phoenix Emerald packages that they had up a couple of weeks ago. Everyone is in Stanton. Mobile went back to Pyro Mobile. Meanwhile, that's I should know not to have hope. There is always hope. I'm unable to turn the ship on. Let's use the buttons. The buttons work. The Andromeda. This was the ship that got me into Star Citizen. This and the 300i. And yet I'd never fly either of them. Let's go. Looking in those windows, man, would be able to see people in there. It's just incredible. It really is. Server meshing most likely still needs work. The game is more stable, yes, but it's still having issues loading so many players and NPCs. Yeah, you know, it's going to take them a while to figure it all out. It's hilarious how much I love that ship. It got me into the game as well. But you don't own it, Chewie? Because I like the Star Lancer more. The Star Lancer is a wonderful ship. It is a wonderful ship. Set a course for Microtech.
The star map is being updated, sir.
It does look like the rock might be on the surface. Intact and operational. Dutchman, my friend, joining us on YouTube. How are you? Crouch, my man, how are you doing? I've missed you, buddy. I have missed you too, Dutch. I've been well, man. I've been super flat out the last couple of weeks. Getting my warehouse ready to go to auction at the end of April. And so I haven't had any time to... I haven't been in front of my computer at all. No Star Citizen, no KCD, nothing for the last couple of weeks. But I'm finished. It's all done. Agents and the photographers were there yesterday, apparently. Taking photos. Apparently the listing's going up this weekend. Auctions at the end of April. There's no need for the last couple of weeks, as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, the last couple of weeks I've been doing my 9 PM to 5 AM shifts, and then I'm going to the studio after I finished work until about midday, 1 o'clock, sometimes 2 o'clock. Coming home, getting home 2:30, into bed around 3, and then getting up around 7:30 or so. Getting ready for work and then doing it all over. And it has been a grind. But it's over! Star Citizen this weekend. Got nothing else I need to do. So we can play some Star Citizen adventure around, check out 4.1. Check out these new mining. We've watched a couple of videos. We're going to jump into the pledge store shortly. Have a look at the new Golem. Have a look at the Atlas Geo. We'll do some fadangling in my hangar and clear out some ships that I don't need so we can get access to some of these new vehicles so we can play around with them. You weren't able to play Star Citizen for 4 weeks because your account got flagged for cheating because of a freaking VPN. Brutal. Brutal. Metaphysical joining us on Twitch, my friend. How are you? Well, good golly almighty. Look who the cat dragged in. It's a me. How are you, Metaphysical? I hope you're well, mate. 07s, thanks for joining us. Ah, it's so good. We're going to find some Tundra Copian. We're going to massacre as many of them as we can so we can do at least one of these Wicklow missions. Do one of the Rayari missions. Going to do a little bit of rock mining. We've changed out the laser head for the Helix, which apparently no longer has slots, so we can't attach modules to the laser on the rock at the moment, whether that's intentional or you know, just being delayed for the moment. So this is what should have happened. We came out of Quantum and we should have just been sitting here, but for some reason we crashed into the planet. Let's go retrieve our rock. Take a look at the new paints for workers as well. Yeah, we're going to be checking out. There's a whole bunch of new paints and stuff. Or an NPC killed me. Yeah, possibly. That's true. We could have just been sitting there in space and got killed by somebody, an NPC or another player or something. You did your first Wicklow mission today, Metaphysical. You got some rags off him. Amazing. Alright, so we are going to activate some cruise control for the moment. I think we've got enough time to go get me another beer. But I think we'll have another one of these West Coast IPAs for the moment. They're pretty monstrous, 7.2%. We'll go get ourselves a pale ale. What could possibly go wrong? Our trajectory looks good. Yeah. Looks good to me. There we go. The Hawker's Pale Ale. Melbourne brewed independent beer. Unashamedly pumped full of American hops, this pale ale strikes a fine balance between uncompromising character and sessionability. Vibrant notes of stone fruit, citrus and pine introduce a beer that is as flavorful as it is smashable. Enjoy anytime, anywhere, unless you are, of course, driving. It has water, barley, oats, hops, and yeast. Let's go. Alright, so where are we? With almost 2 hours and 40 minutes in, and we are yet to achieve anything. Man, my sticks are really sensitive. Jason the Bruce. How are you, my friend? It is a bit moody, isn't it, this music? This track was called Flame. By Ruiki Zhao? Ruiki Zhao? You're good, Jason. You just got home from the wrestling. Did I hear about the 7.7 earthquake in Southeast Asia today? I did not. 7.7 is pretty big. Oh man, look, our rock seems to have crashed in the perfect position. Apparently we want to go to these sort of brownish areas for the copions. Your best friend got injured, Meta? That's terrible, man. That is terrible. 7.7 is huge. Alright, let's kill that cruise control. Forest copions, hey? Not the type of copions we're looking for. These are not the copion you're looking for. Bush Wookiees joining us on YouTube. How are you, my friend? Hope you've had a wonderful week and your weekend ahead is looking just as fantastic. We're back. It's been a couple of weeks, man. 4.1 is live. We're looking for some copion. Gonna go collect our rock. Do a little bit of rock mining. She was in a shopping mall where she metaphysical. Several stories and the ceiling started coming down. They all ran for their lives and tried to dodge the falling debris. She was tended by paramedics who attended the scene. I'm glad that she's okay. Well, to the extent that she can be with the injuries she's sustained. It's terrible. Jason the Bruce is downloading the update. It's getting in. It's getting in for 1 hour of gameplay before he's like, this is stupid. Stupid game. Well, where are we? We're almost 2 hours and 40 minutes now. and we're actually able to get into, you know, doing something. Been working from home this week. What's happened? Well, apparently they're in the chat, they're talking about an earthquake that happened in Southeast Asia today. 7.7 on the Richter. Crouch, type KH3 into the map and go there. Tundra copians abound. Very good. Yeah, the video that we just watched before said to go to one of the SMOs or whatever they're called. Either 10, 18, what did they say? 10, 15 or 18? Was in Myanmar. Terrible. Let's see where the rock is. How retrievable it is, what sort of condition it's in, what sort of wreckage we'll find. A skyscraper in Bangkok collapsed, trapping 40 workers. Wow. And I'm never up here at Microtech. Anyone else buy the Golem? It does interest me, the Golem. You know, out of the new ships, right? Obviously, we're talking about the Golem and the Fortune. I think I'd rather have the Golem. Oh, the Fortune's a salvage ship, right? This Golem's the mining ship. Hang on, wait a minute. So we have the Prospector and the Mole, right? There's no other new mining ships, is there? The Golem is the new one. We just watched the clip for the Golem, for the workers. It was good. Alright, here we go. 20 clicks out. Big George. The Atlas Geo is something that interests me, obviously being a miner. The ability for the Atlas to mine both the FPS and the, you know, the surface nodes. Is of interest. You wanted to swap your Titan for a Golem metaphysical, but apparently you have to upgrade. I'm assuming given the Golem is cheaper than the Titan, you can't upgrade from the Titan to the Golem. Oh, they're the same price, are they? Okay. Ubersmith, you like that the Geo fits in the cutter, if the videos are correct. Yeah. Being able to have a mech suit in the back of the cutter and go mining. Oh, yeah. We are on the mountainside. Doesn't seem to be too much else of a wreck around here. There's my body in the fat man suit. Of course it has to be on the top of a mountain, doesn't it? Let's go. So, technically we should still have everything on us, except we would have lost the contents of our backpack. Which should be okay because we can retrieve it from the backpack that's down there on the ground. Can we please go down? Yes. Okay, let's try that again. Just found out that Paul Sawyer has passed away. Why is that name familiar? Who's Paul Sawyer? Co-founder of Warlord Games. Of course. Oh, really? Paul Sawyer. He was a big man. So I can't loot what's in my backpack? I know that you can't loot my armor and weapons and stuff, but I would have assumed I'd be able to loot what's in my backpack, because now we're going to have to go back somewhere and go and find bloody more burritos and pips and stuff. Okay. And this looks like some wreckage. We've got some flashing red lights in here. Paul Sawyer passed away, hey? I'm sure once I log on to my Knights of Dice account on... oh, this rock's looking very red. On YouTube, I'll see some more information about that. Alright, things seem to be working fine. If you pledge $2,000 to the RSI website, you can get into the backpack. Oh, amazing. Is that like the $20,000 that you spend on the pledge store to get access to night vision? Oh, we can't make it. Oh, we did it. Yes! Apparently he was diagnosed with itomenual brain cancer in September. Ah, brutal. Brutal. A legend of the tabletop industry. Alright, well I guess there's no point worrying too much about that backpack. Terminal brain cancer. Sad. That's very sad. Alright, let's go. We're off. How are you, by the way, narcoleptic nobody, joining us on YouTube? Hope you're well. Guess I have to spend $2,000 more to get access to the backpack. Good lord. Alright. Activate cruise control.
Acknowledged.
Clear navigation.
Yes, Commander. Navigation.
Alright,
clear.
let's go find ourselves some Copion. And I guess after that, then we're going to have to go find some burritos and some pips. And then make our way over to go meet Wicklow. And then we'll go hit up Rayari to drop off some Copion horns there. So I'm assuming with Wicklow's missions, we start earning rep with him, and then obviously the more stuff we deliver to him, the better the rewards become. But is Rayari the same? Do we end up with Rayari in our rep? Do we start building rep with Rayari? You're doing good, Narcoleptic. Thank you so much. Sorry you haven't been around, live in the US, and by the time I get up, you're offline. Today you couldn't sleep. Well, I haven't been on for the last couple of weeks. I've been flat out, but that is all over now. So we can get back into a little bit of Star Citizen. I did do a live stream on my Knights of Dice channel a couple of weeks ago, talking about how I might start live streaming again on Fridays, but then I totally forgot that I've got a huge amount of work that I need to do to, get the warehouse ready for our auction, and so I haven't done anything there. But now that that is over, we can actually start getting back into some tabletop stuff, which I'm excited about. Really need to move all of this stuff here so I can get access to these cupboards here where all my paints and stuff are. I've been rewatching The Last Kingdom, and that's got me super excited to get some of my Dark Age miniatures out. I've been reading through the Baron's War rulebook. Very, very keen to get some of these miniatures back out again. What are the stations up here in Microtech called? Oh, God. The SMO. Yeah, SMO. Or is it SM0? SM0. So they said SM010. Let's go here and have a look. Welcome back to both of us then. Yeah, indeed. Jason, the cheaper one is real money only, and the more expensive one without LTI can be bought with store credit. You're going to have a look. Yeah, you can only get the LTI one with fresh money. New money! New monies! Alright, so let's head over to the SMO10. No, Slash. The answer to that question is no. I've had beer now, so the jump scares aren't going to do nothing, man. Alright, let's have a look here, there, and everywhere. Alright, so we were looking at the Q&A for the Geo. We want to jump into the pledge store shortly. The grey cat, quicksilver paint, and armor kit. Oh, the downburst. Oh, that's what that dude was wearing before. The things with the horns. Let's not. Oh, of course, it has to be nighttime. SM0, so they said try SM018. That looks like it might have a little bit of daylight. Let's go have a look over here. Who's been spending up in the pledge store on armors and stuff now that we've got tier 0 item recovery? Like when I respawned with my RSI Zeus Exploration Fat Man Michelin suit. Who else has been spending up on the pledge store? I'm honestly surprised that they didn't do this ages ago. Whoa. Having said that, I've not spent anything on the pledge store, but that's because I haven't had any time to look at anything or do anything. Okay, so we don't want to go to the white areas. We want to go to the more brownish areas, the sort of the grassland tundra sort of areas. Find ourselves some copions. You go cry in the corner then, Slash? Well, look, you can try, but you've got to find the right optimal point. And we're not getting no notifications up on the screen. There's no alerts popping up because Stream Elements is obviously incapable of doing its job. Knucklehead, you don't buy anything because you're poor? Well, you know, that's fair enough. You reckon that's somebody else down there hunting some copion? You reckon all these people are out here hunting copion? Probably. Oh, that was close. That's a broken intrepid. Fane Malign. What the hell is that cluster, man? Okay, let's grab ourselves some Fane Malign. We don't have any extra spare bags because we lost all of those in the crash earlier. Look at this ridiculous trapdoor to get into the bloody vehicle bay. Nonsense talk. Would have thought on a luxury vessel you'll have some sort of, you know, suit or not suit, some sort of you know, more elegant way of getting into your hangar. What is that? That suit? Bush Wookiees? It is the crouch, the RSI exploration suit. All right, bit of Fane Malign. Let's check this out. We're rock mining, folks. We're rock mining. All right, so minimum 15% laser intensity. This is our optimal zone here. Look at that optimal window. Oh, look at that. Did you see that? When we fired up the laser, obviously. Oh, hang on. We gotta change one other thing here. Options, keybinds, customizations. Mouse and keyboard, flight radar. Let's disable this button. You can see that optimal window, but when we activate the laser, because we've got the helix, it drops down that optimal window. Let's fire up our laser to full. Oh my god! To full power.
No time to panic.
It's a great time to panic. Okay, so 100% power, not required. Not required. 100% power. Not required. Happy days. We're learning. We're learning. Fane Malign. No require 100% power on the helix. Monster. Incredible. Incredible. Check out the hot tub. I know the hot tub works now in the Phoenix Acorn. How good is that? How good is that? You're going to school for game design, Narcoleptic, with a focus on coding. It is crazy to look at this game and think about how much goes into it. Yeah, 100%, man. It's crazy. It's 98% Fane Malign. This is an easy node. Mass 1. Resistance 0. Instability 41. Oh, it dances. It dances. It's a game, ladies and gentlemen. It's a game. Wow, really wants to extract these things, doesn't it? How much is Fane Malign worth? Your English food is there, Acorn. You don't want to be rude. Well, I hope it's delicious. So let's just sit steady on 15%. 20%. 25. Look at that. It boosts. It jumps. This rock has seen better days. It's taken a bit of damage, obviously during the crash. I'm liking this so far. It's a bit of attention you got to pay. It's not just click and forget. Metaphysical, the deposits in the cave sometimes require 3 orbit mining tools focused on them at once. Yeah, I did see that increased the cluster size because of the reduced numbers of gems now that we get from the nodes. So they've increased the cluster size. I guess to make, just increase the amount of time it takes to get the same number of gems. But this is interesting, right? You know, the helix here. It'd be nice to be able to swap out these heads in the field so we can just test things a little bit more efficiently rather than having to naff about going back and vehicle storing and loadout managers and all that sort of stuff. To test this just with the stock head and see and really see the differences. But if this is the helix running at 15%, 20% power, where are the big nodes that the helix is really built for? What's the point of having this level of power if there's no big nodes to take advantage of that big power? Or as Meta's just mentioned, and as Rhino mentions also, the deposits in the cave sometimes require 3 orbit mining tools focused on them at once. 3 multi-tools to break those nodes. I do like that. Or, as Rhino points out, you need the geo for those ones. So where are the big surface nodes that we need the helix, or, you know, a rock with a helix and a geo all working together to break these big rocks? Where are the big rocks? Where are my true rocks? But so far, at the moment, at least for Fane Malign, which might not require a lot of power to break, I do like the fact that it's not just boost up to 100% until you hit the optimal and then just dial it back to 40% power and just wait. Here this Fane Malign boosts. It jumps a little bit, so you've really got to be paying attention. Here we're at 21%, bottom of the optimal zone. No big increases here, but it's certainly a little bit more involved than it has always been. You know, we're not getting huge numbers of gems per node. The extraction seems to be good. I'm wondering, given we've got this big power, you know, how far away can we be? And still put power into this node. Okay, we're at 42%. We're right at the outer limits of the optimal zone, and we're not getting any power into this node. Even up at 80% power, we're just starting to put some energy into it. There's also an easy node. Mass 1, you know, I would like to... Yeah, anyway. Everything at the moment seems to be Mass 1. Oh, boy. Fane Malign. Okay, so we've got to find the other types of nodes. I guess we'll come across them as we continue to adventure and, you know, explore our profession. Renewed. And then figuring out which one is the most valuable, or where they sit on the, you know, the economic scale. So this is also easy, also mass 1. I really would like to be able to see some of this data. It's just so small. And it just seems fuzzy, blurry. I don't think it's my glasses. Do we have an advanced HUD for rock mining? How can I see this information more clearly? But I'm liking this. You've got to watch. You've got to pay attention. I guess at least for the moment, until I'm familiar with this mineral. And then I know that, okay, from this type of mineral with this type of optimal zone and this type of, you know, critical zone, I can do X, Y, Z. I guess that's just a matter of learning. I guess that's where the skill component comes in, I suppose. Fane Malign sells for vehicle mining. So Fane Malign is the new Hadonite, hey? Narcoleptic, my friend, I hope you have an amazing rest of your stream. Well, thank you so much. I'll catch you on the flip side. Ditto, my friend. Thank you for popping in and joining us there on the old tubes. Have a wonderful day. And if I don't see you over the weekend, have a wonderful weekend. We'll be back this weekend with a full lineup, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 9 PM streams in the good old Star Citizen. Checking out 4.1. And just getting up to some random adventures. Going to see if we can find the other minerals. But if Fane Malign is the new Hadonite, i.e. the most valuable mineral for vehicle mining, and we have immediately found a very nice cluster here on Microtech. What is happening on Ignis? Is anyone over on Ignis? What has Ignis become? Is it a thing? Are we still going out there? Or are we all migrating to Microtech for massive clusters of Fane Malign? And copions. What are they? Where Tundra copions? Man, I want to get at least one of those missions done today. And get my rags from Wicklow. Start building our relationship with the, I'm sure, soon to be legendary Banu merchantman Wicklow. I think at this point we're only going to have that holographic representation of his face on the sign, right? But how cool would it be when there's actually a Banu character in the game? Yes, sir. Oh, it tells you now how far away these minerals are. That's crazy. Ghost Commander 3000. It's coming in on our position. Mr. Ghost Commander. Fane Malign. Which Wookiees you heading to Selene? Oh boy! In the Golem? The Golem. love this chat. Super chill, man. Little country. In the back of the boondocks, just chilling out, man. Hunting them gators. Who else reckons that... Oh boy, we better wait for this to catch up. Oh yeah, oh yeah. She's overcharged, baby. She's overcharged. Who else reckons Ghost Commander is out here looking for... Oh my god! Oh no. Looking for Copion. Let's go. So how many gems do you reckon we have? We've done what, 5 nodes? It's a massive cluster here. This is crazy. Retract. Let's open the door. Open the storage. Oh, we've got a reasonable number here, 174. Oh, they've updated the crystal type. I like that. I am just going to quickly go close the ship up. For our imminent arrival of the Ghost Commander. Oh, it's just stored it. We didn't get a chance to look at it. That's alright, we can inspect some later on. What do the rocks look like? They certainly do look different than any of the other gems, hey? They look like big bird poos. Bat guano. Maybe that's where they're from. All those birds that are flying around. Slash, Mum would think you would be able to remote close the cargo bay on a big boat. Yeah, that's true. We should have some little remote controls to start our ships, shut them down, open and close the doors. Ghost Commander! Yes, sir! I'll sit right there on our optimal. That would be cool to have like remote control options. You really do need to be aware with this one. I guess because it has 0% resistance and that instability, I think this one says 34, is what, you know, this bouncing up and down and playing around with it is. But because it has 0 resistance, we don't really need a lot of power. Ooh. It loves to jump. I guess that's the instability at play there. Looks like Ghost Commander has moved on. Looking for Copian, I'm sure. Imagine being able to capture a couple of Copion and then breed them. Which they have spoken about being a rancher. And then being able to sell those, commodities to people who are looking for them for these sorts of collection missions and stuff. Oh boy. Right, so I think after we've done this, I think we might go and sell these gems, so we can get an idea of what this cluster of Fane Mill. And I don't know how many nodes there were. We didn't really count them up. But I guess we'll get an idea of the number of gems and what they're going to be worth. It'll be interesting to see, if we can find ourselves a cave. Stoned Yeti, 18 clicks out to our left. 10 o'clock. Sure, looking for some Copions as well. It's going to be interesting to see what the Hadanite is worth now. If it's the same, 437. And is it going to be worth more because we've got to go into caves and all that sort of stuff versus, just this, ground-based fly around, find minerals, extract them. We no longer have to navigate, or we don't have to navigate through caves and all that sort of stuff to try and find these minerals. They're just, they're there on the surface. So, is there going to be an equivalent ground mineral worth something similar to Hadanite, or are they all going to be, less valuable because there is, I guess, less effort involved in having to find them and mine them, I guess, a little bit, wandering around in dark caves and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, the TDD bars for the least. Yeah, we'll definitely go to an outpost, maybe SMO 18 or whatever is quite close. Maybe we'll just go there and see what happens. And try and sell the whole bag. Or maybe a cargo center. Maybe a cargo center will just buy the whole bag from us and give us the value of its contents. Veyron. And there's people all over the place here. Be interesting to see. So according to this, we have 231 gems in the hopper. If gems are still worth 1 micro SCU. So the hopper gremlin has changed his mind. It says we have 136. Good to see the hopper gremlin is still drunk as always. Not every mining outpost buys them. Oh, I like that. I like that. I like having to take specific things to specific places. Well, so far this Fane Malign is very interesting to mine. It doesn't require a lot of power because it has 0 resistance, but that instability makes it very, not challenging, but it certainly makes it more interesting. Actually have to play with the power level a little bit, which is quite nice. We haven't seen any gems fall through the surface yet, but then again we're on a very flat area. Scanning, 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 scanning. Easy. Instability, I think, says 26.11. 50 odd % Fane Malign. Touch outside optimal. It runs, doesn't it? Heats up, heats up, heats up, and then it takes off. A lot. Oh, I like this. I like this. Oh, you can? Can you, Acorn? Responding to Slash's comment, I would think you'd be able to remote close the cargo bay on a big boat. Acorn says you can. What, through the Moby glass or something? Can I use my Moby glass to... Oh, man, look. Excellent. There's people all over the place, man. This is crazy. I like that. I like that there's people around. Just out doing their business, looking for copion. Ooh, see that spike? That's the instability at play. Oh, I can't wait to discover some of the other minerals. I like this Fane Malign. You actually have to put some effort into some concentration. It's not just click and wait. It's not just click, build it up into the optimal zone, put it back to 40% power and just wait. You know, you're up and down. Foxtrot. Did I check the hot tub recently? Well, not recently. I checked it after I heard that it was working and that it had been implemented, but I haven't checked it like recently. Are there bubbles? Can you splash around in there? You don't think there's anything new? Either there's a little bit of interaction delay going on, or something else interesting is happening. there's ships all over the place here. I don't think I've ever been in a place that's so populated. Not just with abandoned ships. Oh, there's another guy. Stoned something. Stoned Yeti. Maybe these people are here because that video that we watched, that little YouTube tutorial, that guide said that this was one of the places to come to look for, you know, the Tundra Copion. I don't know how many views it had, but obviously people are out here, I think, looking for those. But I do like that there's people about. I think we're up to 600 player servers, right? I can't remember what the patch notes specifically said in terms of the, you know, the distribution of the DGSs across Stanton and Pyro. But I do remember it said 600 players. It's 500 with 100 overflow. So that's 600 basically. What does the overflow mean? I like how this spikes and you've got to grab it. It flows over Slash. Probably just reserved for people joining through party launches and returning from crashes. Ah, yeah, okay. It's kind of in the name. Well, you know, I think Acorn has done a very nice explanation there, you know. That yes, party launching in, or you've crashed out and you want to get back into the server. That it's kind of, you know, it's allocating a space. Fucking great. Listen to Slash. Slash has explained nothing. Nothing. What constitutes an overflow. And I think Acorn, you did a very good job of explaining that. Probably reserved for people joining through party launches and returning from crashes. Beautiful. Lovely explanation. Always mocking Slashy. Well, if you explained yourself properly, my good friend. Slash is concise with his explanation. In Australia, we might like abbreviating all of our words and dropping letters when they're really not necessary, like service station. Or if you Americans, a gas station becomes a servo. A service station, servo. But that only works for words, right? Not sentences. Well, actually, you know, you could drop multiple, you know, syllables or letters from multiple words in the same sentence and thus therefore reduce the sentence. Gonna go down the road, chuck a Yui so I can go to Macca's before I hit the servo, sort of stuff. Shut up! Oh dear boy. I felt a little bit like Starstreams then. He's always telling people to shut up. Shut up, you! Oh my word! Alright, so you kind of really need to wait for the scanning to finish before you start pumping in power, hey? Otherwise you can really overpower it quite quickly. Carnage, you just got menu log kebab from a place I've never got one? The time will tell. Well, that's the true adventure, isn't it? Especially with a kebab, mate. Come on. You're either in for a treat or a terrible disappointment. Used Uber Eat Metaphysical to get a small delivery of groceries recently. They arrived in like 40 minutes. My wife uses a place that's quite close to us, and they are super quick. Like 10 minutes. And they bring, you know, the wine and the Coke Zero and the chips. It's going after my non-perfect English. Sir, I am not English. It's not about perfect English, it's about explaining. I just realised I was thinking back to watching that first what was the first one, the video that we watched, Orbital something, and they had the Nomad in which they were chucking those massive data pads. That for those sorts of missions where you need to retrieve cargo and get out quickly, the Nomad is absolutely perfect for that sort of stuff, because you've got this cargo bay that's right on the back. You could just chuck stuff onto it. Have your pilot sitting in there ready to go. And you're not opening and closing doors and trying to put boxes into like small spaces, or you just you've got this great big train, you can just chuck it on the back. Alright, let's go. We got 2 more nodes in this massive cluster.
Ah, shit! No!
Not now, Slash. Not yet, mate. Not yet. I think we get one more beer into me and there'll be 0 chance that those jump scares are going to be anywhere near effective. I do like this whole minimum power sort of thing, minimum 15% laser intensity here on the Helix. I guess we're getting closer and closer to, the representation of ground mining, mineral extraction, versus the ore extraction of the prospector and the mole and... What with these lasers having minimal power and minimum power settings and stuff. I am curious about why there's so many abandoned ships around. This is how you scare Crouch. Crouch, I'm doing a charge back on all those bulk gifted subs I've done. Please, my friend. I've said it so many times. I really am fortunate, blessed, and privileged to have a wonderful community here, and people like Slash and Acorn, and people gifting out subs here on the channel. But at the end of the day, it's really, for the value you're getting as a subscriber here on Twitch or something, what are you really getting? It is greatly appreciated. Maybe one day I'll be a real streamer and I'll stream 8 to 10 hours a day, and you can watch me eat Cheetos and watch YouTube videos, and then we'll have a sleeping stream where it's double credits. Don't try to suck at Acorn, he mentioned me first. 1 month sub for someone who disappears for weeks at a time. It's true. Finally, it's over. We can go back to normality. I'm very much sure, Slash, you could find a better streamer. Oh boy. Well, I must say, for my first experience in 4.1, proper experience outside of the PTU mining, you want your money? No give backsies. I really did enjoy this little cluster of Fane Malign. Let's go find out how much it's worth. We can't trust the Hopper Gremlin to actually tell us how many gems are inside the hopper. Having said all of that, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to get these last couple of gems. Let's go. Extraction mode. Yes. Oh, a couple more. Like, how worried do we need to be about, I've left a gem sitting on the ground, man. That's 437 credits. Like, what are these? 110? 58? 294! Alrighty. Oof. Now, actually, we need to get that laser arm back out. What does the Hopper Gremlin tell us we have? 436 gems. Okay. 436 gems. Ooh, somebody else is here. Clem Hazard. Let's have a look. 437 gems it does say we have in here. 436. Plus 3 that aren't stackable. So from the one that I had in my backpack is 437. Deploy, closed door. Ooh, interesting. I wonder if that closed door option, how the hell do I open this door? If the hopper is open, if the closed door button has been activated and the hopper is open, can anyone then access the storage? Let's go find someone who moderates their chat. There's no moderation here, man. It's a true democracy. Someone with a compressor that works and doesn't constantly peak their mic would be wonderful. It's true. Nobody said we were here for quality, my friend. Nor are we here for quantity. Can we sit down in these chairs? How cool would that be if we could sit down in these chairs, man? What is going on with the tidal waves in this spa right now? Oh, well, I guess if it was a spa, it would kind of be, you know, a bit bubbly and a bit vibrant. The pool does work. It works. I'm just background noise while you make food. Well, that's all I wish to be, is a little bit of background noise while you people are enjoying whatever you are doing on this wonderful day, or this wonderful evening, or this wonderful afternoon. Like and subscribe. Let's go! It's all you are. Static. It's all I ever wanted to be. Oh, there's someone else here too! Linning thing. How am I enjoying 4.1? How's the rock in this patch? Well, Mr. Potato, that little patch of Fame Line was very, very interesting. Certainly a different experience than the click power up and just wait and forget that you know, we've been experiencing you know, recently. And Rook, this experience so far in the rock has been quite nice. We're going to find some of the other new minerals. We also need to, and I'm assuming that's why everybody else is here, find ourselves some Copion to hunt. I haven't tried the Atlas Geo yet. That's something that we still need to explore. Oh, and there's another person over there. TMO42. There's people all over the place, man. This is incredible. Many people. Many people. Most active area that you've seen that's not a station. Well, we're quite close to an outpost. But yeah, there's been people constantly flying past and in the area. Grassland quasi-grazers. Okay, so This was one of the areas that they said to come and try and find Tundra Copion. Have the names of the redacted gems been released? Well, I know that we have the 3 new gems. Fane Malign being one of them that we've just mined, and the others I don't know. But a whole bunch of new stuff, man. Oh my god! What just happened then? We sort of just fell out of the sky. Oh, thank God for being in a big bird. Call that the magic dropper. The hell was that about? You gonna buy a Geo potato? You can come drop it by if you want to try it. Well, we're gonna jump into the pledge store shortly. We need to go in and have a look at some of the newness that's in there, some of the new paints and stuff, and gonna have to manipulate our fleet a little bit, and I think we will pick up both the Golem and the Geo so that we can play around with those, just like we did with the Fortune. Glassicite. Alright, let's check out this Glassicite. Oh, kiss the ground, as you do in an Andromeda. Alright, let's check out this Glassicite. People everywhere, man. Oh, let's, Acorns here. Let's get ourselves into SCM mode. And we'll max out our shields. We need to put self status, targeting status, scanning, configuration, communications, power management. This is what we're looking for. Alright, I think we've got our shields maxed out. There we go. Let's turn off our Hergequertler, our Toby. You had 37 USD in store credit, Potato, so you'd figure you'd spend it rather than let it sit. Yeah, I need to do the same. And I'm glad I don't have to redo my keybinds for the 400th time in the last month. Alright, Glassicite, another one. So we've done some Fane Malign. Interesting, it dances a little bit, doesn't really require a great deal of power because it doesn't have any resistance. But its instability is makes it an interesting adventure. Let's check out this Glassicite. Interesting that this Glassicite, first thing I notice, is in a much tighter cluster, whereas the Fane Malign was spread out a little bit more. Surprised I didn't load up on spare bags that just hot swap. Well, we shan't talk about why there are no extra bags and why we are in a different ship than what we originally started this adventure in. We did have extra bags. But we don't have them anymore. Yeah, let's just say that we had them. There was some situation that occurred while we were watching a video. And after the video finished, we weren't in possession of that ship anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Hang on, let's do this logically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Looks like 20 to me. Maybe a bit more than 20. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Yeah, 20. Alright, let's have a look at some glassicite. What is the glassicite mine like? We're sitting right on the optimal. We've got the helix on this rock at the moment. Mass 1, resistance 0, very little instability. 64% glassicite as best as I can read. So this should be just a stable increase, right? We're at 24%, obviously with the helix being a minimum of 15. Very stable. That's it. Glassicite, power it up, wind it back. Pop it into 20% odd. And we sit and forget. Okay, so glassicite, 0 resistance, so we don't need huge amounts of power, and very low instability. A mischievous activity happened. Indeed it did. Let's just try breaking a whole bunch of these, and then we'll do an overall gobble up. Do I want Felsic? What is Felsic? Is that another one of the gems? I thought there were only 3. Or maybe Felsic is the 3rd one. So far, Microtech dishing out to us clusters of Fainmaline, glassicite. I think it's a big rock. Is it an ore or is it a mineral? Gem. Oh, you found some dogs too. Are they of the tundra variety? That's why everyone is here, is because we're all looking for these tundra copion for Mr. Wicklow and the Rayari. And I shall be back in just one moment. Yep. Alright, more beer, quick bathroom break, and we'll get back on with things. Yeah, we're going to have to find some dogs at some stage, but, you know, I'm here for the rock mining. This glassicite is quite nice. It's very, very stable. Oh boy. More Hawkers West Coast IPA. Fruity. Fruity. Somebody else. Jan David. There's people everywhere. It's crazy. Again, we've just gone live, right? 4.1. So there'll be a whole bunch of new people looking for the Copions. For the new Wicklow missions and the new Rayari missions, which is why there's so many people about. We're all up here at Microtech looking for those Tundra Copion. Oh, we need a battery for my addiction machine. And there doth not be any here. Alright, so this one, just power up to 100% and dial it back. So the Glasser sight is very much like the Hadanite of old. Just dial it up, hit that optimal window. We're rocking 30% power. Whereas the Fein Malign, anything over 35% power, at least here with the Helix, would just boost us into the overcharge almost instantly. Like, the first one we did, dialed it up to 100%, and it just instantly went into overcharge and we had to flee. But this Glasser sight, again, because it has, this one has 0 instability. This one is much, much more manageable. Somebody in that Carrack, oh, that's Mr. Acorn in the Carrack. Well, the Carrack now has pilot-controlled weapons. Yes, sir. A bunch of ships now have pilot-controlled weapons. So let's have a look. What do we got? Oh, no, actually we do. We've got gems all over the ground. Oh, each of the individual gems aren't being highlighted unless my mouse is close to them. Interesting. Carrack, what a wonderful vessel. It's not a ship, it's a vessel. Love the Carrack. And the fact now that it's got some pilot-controlled weapons, you know, given that it didn't have any before, just having access to some pilot-controlled weapons is just a significant advantage. Glasser sight. Very nice to mine. Nice, easy, stable. It's like the Hadanite of old. Blighty, my friend, how are you? Your rock needs some loving repairs. It does indeed. It's always funny, you know, the rock will always survive a crash. Always survives a crash. And this one's taken a bit of damage during the crash. But at least we were able to recover it and we're still able to go mining. You don't have to naff about trying to get, you know, a new rock. Nigel, my friend, joining us on YouTube. You love the Carrack. It's a wonderful vessel. It is a wonderful vessel. You know, true liverboard. It's a true liverboard. I could spend a lot of time in a Carrack. Actually, I should have brought the Carrack. Next time. Next time. When we get the ability to outfit ships, as they spoke about, you know, with the tier 0 and item recovery and all that sort of stuff, and insurances and warranties and whatever, when we have the ability to outfit a vessel and just insure everything on it so that, you know, if there ever is a situation where we then can claim that vessel, we can just go claim it along with all of its contents. Just like my house burns down, right? Claim my house and its contents. And so I'm back up and running straight away, right? You know, we're back in the action without having to spend 2 hours, you know, re-outfitting the ship and putting clothes and all that sort of stuff in the crew lockers and food and weapons and vehicles and You got yours cheap with CCUs, Nigel. I've never really been up on the whole CCU chaining of things, but I have heard that people can save a huge amount of money. Bloody, you crushed your Carrack for a Polaris. Yeah, it's a bigger platform. There's nothing about the Polaris that excites me. You know, I love the Carrack mostly, well, not mostly, but a big part of the love I have for the Carrack is its shape. And the Polaris, it doesn't have anything about it that makes me feel anything. But the first time I saw the Carrack, I was like, that ship is freaking amazing. The Polaris, I got nothing. And now, given how expensive it is in terms of real world cash buck dollary dues, I have zero interest in it. You know, from a crew perspective, from a you know, an organized gameplay perspective, from an org perspective, I can totally see the advantages in a Polaris. But as a small expeditionary crew, the Carrack just seems just a, you know, it's got everything that you would want in it without being over the top or obscene. Of course, it would always be lovely, you know, to have more. But, you know, I'm not a big group gameplay person. You know, the Polaris is just too much for one person. Whereas the Carrack, you know, the Carrack you can get by with in one person, and, you know, obviously, you know, you can't man all the guns and everything, just like you couldn't in a Polaris anyway, being a, you know, a sole player. Yes, both of the ships you can solo, but I don't know, there's just, I don't know, the Polaris just doesn't make me excited about anything. You could probably start a CCU chain with a Geo right now. I'm sure. Carnage, the CCUs are awesome. My Carrack cost $260. That's amazing. That's amazing. Acorn, big fan of the Polaris. The Polaris slap solo. It's got auto cannons. Potato, you're going to stick to your Corsairs and your Connies. Yeah. Yep. What did you purchase? Chewing Num Nums? The Geo? The Geo with the LTI. Gonna be interesting to see what they do with that, hey? It's more than a small hole they've dug for themselves with the whole LTI and insurance concepts and stuff. I've given up on worrying about LTIs. Alright, we need another battery. I shall return in doth but a minute. This will be alright, 22%. It's not going to go anywhere. Alright, let's get some intensity on this. Let me get that up there into the optional window. DHB, are you getting scan valves on the ship? What do you mean? Are you getting scan values in the ship? What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean. Glassicite, you've got 14 glassicite. Acorn, well that's what we're mining at the moment, big bunch of glassicite. We're going to mine this glassicite and then we're going to move on See if we can find some copion or the next mineral. Maybe all three are up here at Microtech. I don't know what it's called though, so we're going to have to stumble across it. I can't remember what they're called. Do I want that batch? No, thanks, Acorn. That's okay, mate. That is A-okay. It's going to grab ourselves a batch of each of them. If Microtech has all three of them. In our search for the copion. I was going to say that this is wonderfully stable, but you'd sort of expect that given it's got 0% instability. So here's the thing then, right? Between the glassosite and the Fein Malign, the glassosite, 0 resistance, 0 instability. You could mine this with a helix quite nicely, or with you know, the stock. Is it the Arbor or whatever is the stock laser on the rock? But as far as the Fein Malign is concerned, because it is so unstable, having something like the Hofstadter or something like that, although I don't think you can put the Hofstadter on the rock, right? Maybe the other one then. Something that gives you a buff to the instability. You know, if you were specifically looking for Fein Malign, if there was a quest or a mission or something that required you to gather, you know, 2,000 Fein Malign gems, then, you know, being able to compensate against the instability of that mineral would just make it much, much easier to mine. Like this glassosite. Rock mining 101. Power up, get into the optimal window, dial it back so that, you know, it's stable and consistent, and then just wait. Because Fein Malign doesn't work like that because of its instability, you're constantly compensating your laser power up and down, up and down, up and down. Because it does peak and drop and drifts. And if there was a need to have to mine, you know, quantities of Fein Malign, then having a laser head or module or some other option to be able to negate the instability would certainly be worthwhile. This brings me back to my point from earlier when we were naffing about in the hangar. It would be nice to be able to swap out these laser heads on the fly in the field, so that when I did come across Fein Malign, I could just swap out my laser head, for example, this helix, to, you know, one of the other ones. So that I could just power up, dial back, and just see it through. I think after we finish this, we're going to jump into the pledge store real quick, because I want to have a bit of a browse around in there at some of the new paints, and obviously we're going to check out the Geo and the Golem. I do have a little bit of store credit in there at the moment. I'm really loath to spend any new money. Again, the only thing that new money is going to get me is perhaps the exclusive paint, as well as the LTI, and I'm, you know, not really too fussed about either of those. What was that? Ah, ore. There's ore in them there hills. It would be cool if the rock had a rack on top you could store other arms on. You know what would be cool to have on the rock? Is, you know, some space to store extra, you know, boxes. It would be cool to have the arms on there for sure. I guess there's not much point in having the boxes. I guess maybe the Geo with a mule. I don't know. We need time in the mule. In the geo. Food has been made, has it, Slash? Now I have more time to ridicule the streamer again. Well, welcome back, my friend. I hope your food is fantastic. Ridicule away. This is why we are all here. Hot boy. Let's dial that power back a little bit. Rook, my friend, rock-sized Dolovine, Aphra, and Hadanite nodes should still be available. No need to artificially segregate FPS and rock mining. I totally agree. You know, and everyone who's been watching for a while knows exactly how I feel about this. Like, this cluster that we've found here shouldn't be a cluster of glassicite, right? It should be just like that. Just like this cluster is over here, this is a genius rock, right? Genesis rock or whatever it says. A gneous deposit, right? And in that, there will be several different elements. So that this cluster here that we're currently mining is specifically a glassicite cluster, but I would love to see rock mining very, similar to, prospecting, is that I've discovered a cluster of whatever, right? And in that cluster are all different sizes, from hand minables up to nodes that require 2 rock DSs and a geo, all working on that one node to break it down. So that in this cluster we get the opportunity for varied gameplay, right? Like, for example, with the geo, I understand you can dial that back to have laser intensity settings suitable for FPS mining, or you can dial it up to something that allows you to break these size nodes. But within that, then, given that you've got this variability in node sizes of rock sizes, throw in the different minerals. There's a little bit of diamond in here. There's some hadanite. There's some glassicite. But if I want to mine all of those elements to the best ability that I can, to the highest quality I can, I know that to mine the diamond, I can't do it in the rock that I'm currently in its current configuration. I need to change out its power source from a CO2 laser to, a diode laser or a plasma laser or whatever. I need to change out the laser head. I need to change its modules to increase or decrease the instability of diamonds, so that the break that I get when I break that node, the diamonds that I get are the highest quality diamonds. Rather than, here's a patch of hadanite, here's a patch of glassicite, here's a patch of fainmaline, and this patch that you found is high quality fainmaline, and that patch over there is low quality fainmaline. All of that is nonsense. It's all nonsense. So yes, we are, my friend, very much on the same page that there should be little nodes, FPS nodes, big nodes, medium nodes, different minerals, all within this one cluster that require me to have to say, okay, now I could just mine everything that's in front of me here in the same setup. No reason why I couldn't. But I'm not going to maximize, the number of gems I'm going to get, nor the quality of those gems. I'm just here to strip mine. And if I just want to strip mine and pay it all out and sell it all off and be done with it, perfectly fine, happy, let's just do that. But if I want to min-max, then I know that, okay, with my current configuration, I should mine the glassicite. Then I'll get out and I'll tweak the rock a little bit, and then I'll attack the hadanite. But the diamond's going to require a completely different vehicle. Get the geo out here, folks. We need the geo. There's a patch of diamonds here. Sort of stuff. Should find a different job if your food wasn't great, Slash. Are you a chef, are you, Slash? Are you a chef? My brother was a chef for a long time. And whenever we said, hey, Naveen's coming over, he should cook dinner, he'd be like, get fucked. I've been cooking all day. I'm not making you clowns food. He's the Swedish chef. Hurdy-gurdy, gurdy, hurdy-hurdy. Sun is finally starting to show here with a warm 8 degrees Celsius. So most of my time has been spent outside. This is one of the things I love about working at night. Because I'm always outside, rain, hail or shine, or rain, hail or shine. There's no shine because I work at night time. But I love being outside. And whenever we go through, one of the checkpoints at the airport, and all the, the marshals or whatever are sitting in their car, and then they see you driving down the road and they've got to get out of their car to marshal you into one of the checkpoints. They're always rugged up with their hoodies on and their beanies, and I'm cruising around in my shirt. And I'm like, you're looking pretty cold there, man. They're like, I'm freezing, man. Aren't you cold? It's like, dude, it's lovely, man. It's 11 degrees, man. And, I'm outside all the time, man. You get used to it. I absolutely love it. It's so nice. I love a crisp evening. Great suggestions, Rook. Hope we get a rifled-sized mining laser too. All ships can't carry a G or a rock. Yeah, something like the max lift, yeah? Obviously, we've got the FPS, multi-tool. But yeah, something like the max lift for rock mining. How cool would it be to be able to have a couple of max lift size rifled two-handed, mining rifles, and to go out with some friends in a multi-crew ship, off on some adventures, and then you go, oh, we found a patch of, minerals down there. Let's go check out what's down there. Oh, there's a whole bunch of this and some of this. Oh, and, there's some bloodstone down there. Everyone gets out, they get their max mine, and, we all attack this one node with 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, max miners, to break up this node of bloodstones. How cool would that be? I know that there is plans for mining specific suits and mining specific backpacks and stuff that have that sort of rifle. But, who knows how far away that is. Checkpoints? Do you respawn there if you crash? Oh, God. It's been crazy at the airport the last couple of weeks. Ever since that incident at the Avalon airport, we have 2 airports here in Melbourne. One's Avalon, which is where the air show is this weekend. And then obviously our main international, Tullamarine. I work up at Tullamarine. But ever since that guy managed to get onto a Jetstar plane with a shotgun over at Avalon, the security up at Tullamarine has been crazy. Crazy. Like, we're being checked. Like, my job basically is I drive from our shed, our warehouse, and I bring freight out to the freight planes, and I bring incoming freight from the planes back to our warehouse to get, to go wherever it needs to go. And so I'm backwards and forwards between the tarmac, between the bays and the shed. And every time I go past the checkpoint, I have got to go in, get swabbed, get scanned, get checked, get photographed. And that happens now every single time. Whereas before this incident at Avalon, they'd wave you through, once every hour. Sometimes I'll go out to the tarmac and back to the shed 5 times in the space of 15 minutes. Now, I've got to go through that checkpoint, get off the tug, they swab everything, scan everything, photograph everything. And so I still need to go out to the tarmac and back 5 times. But I can't do that in 15 minutes now. It takes 25 minutes, half an hour. God forbid there's a whole bunch of vehicles in front of you through the checkpoint and you've got to sit at the checkpoint for 15 minutes while they check everyone in front of you. It's crazy. You're my Ozpost transport guy? One of them, yeah. Shotgun, when did this happen? This was a couple of weeks ago. I don't know the full details. I don't really watch a lot of the news, but Yeah, somebody at Avalon managed to get onto a Jetstar plane with a shotgun. Somebody who worked at the airport. And was tackled by the people on the plane and by the captain. And then, yeah, obviously security and stuff arrived. But yeah, apparently he cut a hole through one of the fences to get onto the tarmac. So maybe he didn't have airside access like I do. Yeah, so I don't know the full details. Yeah, we've got to sort out this Blue Hogan, don't we? You'll have fun here. The streamer does not mod his chat. Fuck you guys. All right. You know what? You guys can just tell you what. Bloody stupid. Tell you all about this situation. block/v2. Let's sort out that dude. And then we'll make Slash a mod. Ha 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 ha. Alright, there we go. The kebab was good, was it, Carnage? Yes! Finding a good kebab, man. That's a wonderful thing,
reveal your
man.
true form.
Hey, boy! Let's go! Alright, let's, hang on, that's the wrong button. We need to click this one here. Alright, we're back in. Let's go! Alright, so we've modded Slash and Acorn. No more complaining. You guys can blame those guys. Glassicite! I like this gem. How much is it worth? We're gonna find out, I guess. Top right says you're in a Zeus when it got reworked. It does still say I'm in a Zeus, doesn't it? Oh, amazing. It tasted good. You thought it would be rubbish. It's always the gamble, right? Whenever you get food delivered, is, you know, from a new place. Especially something like a kebab, right? You know, we've all had wonderful food. And then when you try something, when you try that from a new place, it's always the gamble, isn't it? Is it going to be any good or not? That's also like troops to keep the mods busy. Go ahead, man. Who revealed my true form? Blighty? Mate, I'm an Australian. I have not revealed my true form. Otherwise, every other word would be, you know, the C-bomb. Been watching a bit of this channel. Comes up now in my recommended feeds on YouTube because I've been watching a few videos from called Aussie English. And, you know, he reacts to, you know, other people's videos about Australia and the differences between their country and Australia. And in every one of those, you know, in every single one of those videos, the word cunt always pops up. because it is, you know, I'm not going to say it's fairly common, but it's used here in Australia in a completely different way than I think many people around the world use the word cunt. You know, like in Australia, we use words in so many different ways, and here it can be a massive term of endearment when you're catching up with your friends. Yo, what up, cunt? And it's obviously a major shock for a lot of people from other countries that just don't use that word, right? But, you know, here in Australia, you know, it's quite commonplace. I guess in different circles, right? But you found some guy who found copium and you killed him. Acorn, you're gonna start a war in this area, man. You're gonna start a war. Now they're just gonna start attacking anyone who's here. Don't do it! It's not swearing, it's a rite of passage. It's part of our culture. Yeah, it's true. It very much is. Good night, sweetheart. It's a greeting here. 24 horns. That's all you need for the Rayari mission, isn't it? Why is this cupboard door open? Who's been in my bathroom? Suspicion abounds. Suspicion abounds. Oh, okay. Maybe that's how I opened the bathroom, just by accidentally clicking on something. It was you, Potato. You had to poop. Yep, let's have a good stretch. It was a good lie down. We're going to stretch a bit more stretching. Let's do a quick scout around. See if we can find an acorn in here. This would be the best place to hide. In the pilot seat of the snub. Alright, let's go. Alright, some glassicite, some fainmaline. We need some thrusters. Activate the Toby. I guess at some point we should go and sell this stuff, hey? I'd love to find the last mineral. There's only 3 new ones, right? 3 new ones. So far we've got some glassicite, some fainmaline. I'm not going to remember what the other one's called until we find it. Granite deposit. See, now in this granite deposit, right? This just says granite deposit. But, you know, what is in this rock? You know, we're not going to know, right? I'm pretty sure I should still be able to scan this, yeah? Scanning. Maybe I can't without some sort of mining attachment or arm or something.